we're both in.
Step right up, got tickets on sale. In today's episode, trains coming off the rails. Watch it all burn from the screen on your phone. But don't you worry about it, you're safe at home. Every talking head will tell you everything's fine. It's the blind leading the blind. Yeah, it's a circus out here, we're wobbling on a wire. There's a lady with a beard, clowns juggling fire. Elephants and donkeys got us jumping through hoops. Y'all wish that I was lying, but you know that is the truth. Get your popcorn ready and pour you something strong. If the world's still spinning, the shit show goes on. Well, the world's strongest man just dropped the ball, and the tent's caving in from the weight of it all. Yeah, the lion's out the cage, puppets in a rage, and the ringleader's on parade. It's a circus out here, we're wobbling on a wire. There's a lady with a beard, clowns juggling fire. Elephants and donkeys got us jumping through hoops. Y'all wish that I was lying, but you know that is the truth. Get your popcorn ready and pour you something strong. If the world's still spinning, the shit show goes on.
Come on! Witness the greatest show on earth! Ignore the flames!
It's a circus out here, we're wobbling on a wire. There's a lady with a beard, clowns juggling fire. Elephants and donkeys got us jumping through hoops. Y'all wish that I was lying, but you know that is the truth. Get your popcorn ready and pour you something strong. If the world's still spinning, the shit show goes on.
Happy Tuesday! How are y'all doing? I almost got caught with my pants down, but I made it. Phew. Didn't think I was going to. I was dinking around watching Portland Andy's. He's out partying it up at the bars, and he didn't even invite me. Actually, he did, and I missed the invite. Damn. You know, I'm such a heavy drinker. I should be right out there. It would have been fun, though. But that's okay. I'd rather stay home and hang with you guys. Is that bad? Anne got the booby prize, as far as I can see. She was there at 11:06 this morning, which I believe is when I put it out. So she was on it. So thank you, darling, for being there first and getting that imaginary booby. I'm pretty sure Anne's got like a couple sets of them. And Mishka. Oh, okay. I will. Okay. I will get it to you, Mishka. Caitlin, how are you, darling? And Miss Fletty, making sure I am on it. She's like 4321 at 6:58. Chop, chop. No messing around. Let's go. Right? And Mr. Bobby is in the house. Has anyone tried planting a sequel in their garden yet? A Seroquel in their garden. A Seroquel? Are you talking about the pill? What the fuck are you talking about? Niels. How are you, Niels? And okay. I think we're doing good. I think I got everybody. So far. So far, so good. So far, not a bad apple in the bunch. Can't ask for more than that. So, let's see. What have I done? I don't know what I've done, but I've been trying to get ready for Marvin's surgery that he has coming up. So, I bring that up because more than likely it's not going to be too much of an issue with his surgery and his recovery and me doing my lives. But if it does, just know that my man comes first, and I will have to address his issues before I can jump online. So, but I think we'll be fine unless something comes up or, But yeah, I hate surgeries. I don't like my family going under any. Nah, if it was up to me, he wouldn't. Let me just put it that way. Well, no, he's in pain, so he would. I would insist. But yeah, it's a hernia thing. So, but they're wanting to like do some exploratory surgery because the last hernia surgery didn't seem like it went all that great. I think is their method to their madness, but I could be totally wrong because, I mean, Yeah, well, all I can say, Bobby, is when they say lay low and don't do a whole lot, lay fucking low and don't do a whole lot because you can definitely mess stuff up if you do it too soon. And sometimes I think they actually send people back too soon, even, under doctor's recommendations. So, what'd you say, Andy? Self-deport. So if I sneak into the States, will you hide me in your airplane? Yeah, I will, Andy. I'd hide you. But none of you other sons of bitches, like, that want to come here and be stupid. Only Andy. I saw all the compensation commercials, so I waited. Well, you just want to be careful waiting, too. Just because it can definitely affect you. Marv's had, like, I think this is his 4th or 5th hernia surgery. This one is actually in the exact same spot as it was last time, which kind of pissed me off. I almost feel like they didn't do something right. It didn't seem like it healed right. Maybe it was Marv's body and not so much what the doctor did, but like they'd ever tell on themselves. Hey, Callie, what's up? Those that attend a protest will get their visas and green cards revoked, and they're out of here. Perfect. Is that what the rule is? Well, stop beating them. I didn't. I try really hard not to. I really do. I sit on my hands frequently, which tends to let my mouth be open and loose, and that's never good. See, it's like this. I can't do both. It's one or the other. I can't. These illegals are hiding from ICE, but please pray that we get a red heart cherry state. Pray. I'm not sure. I think you mean a governor that's red. You now want a state that's red. I don't. In a certain sense, I don't blame you, but careful because that can be a false sense of security. Just so you know. I mean, it's better than blue by all means, but they have to fix the election process there first, just like New York. I know, Bobby. They do in California. Yeah. But I think it's fucked up everywhere. Look at Oregon. Everybody mails them in. I mean, I know it's completely, the whole election in Oregon is fraudulent. I better leave before I get myself in trouble. No, don't go, Andy. You're fine. We love having you. Trump told them if you engage in a protest, a visa and green card will be revoked and they will be deported. Hell yeah. I'm all about it. I don't think that's a bad thing. Our Republican Congress is worthless. Well, here's the deal. If they're in, though, it makes it a little less hard for us to have to fight, right? I mean, it's a little easier to get some shit handled. That's kind of why Trump, I think, has been able to get as much handled as he has been able to get handled so quickly. For one, he don't give a fuck because this is his last term, but also he's he doesn't have the backlash that he had before when we didn't have both the House and the Senate. Correct? Am I wrong? I think I'm okay. I think I'm right. Ma, what's up, darling? Mega make asshole gulp again. Mega make asshole gulp again. I'm trying really hard, Kelly. The gulp is what got me. Yes, Big Dog Ma is in the house. I'm talking about Trump. I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about Congress, not Trump. Right. I know, but for Trump to get anything done before, I mean, as we know, I mean, things like Congress and would kind of pull him back to where he couldn't do a whole lot. Where now, I feel like, at least with them in there, he doesn't have to fight so much. Right? Am I right? Hey, Kai. How are you, darling? And Miss Wanda. How are you, sweetheart? Hope all's going well. I know you've been on the road to getting where you need to get. Give Myra love and prayers. On a side note, we may need to send him toys to occupy the mind. Yeah, well, I'm hoping. Here's a problem. I was like, oh, yay, we can go right out and do the whole camping thing. You know, like, I give Marv that first week to kind of recover, and then he could walk from the couch to the couch, because he could just go from the couch in the house to the couch in the RV. And then I would just drive us and we'd go. He could be my navigator from the couch on his phone. I need to teach him a little more about it. But yeah. And then we would just travel. And I need to get that RV app. I need to get that. But here's the problem. The first weekend after his surgery, I don't want to take him. I want him to have that week to kind of just chill. The second week, Hayden has a 2-day tournament. I love going to tournaments. This is 2 days. Oh my gosh, it's going to be grueling in friggin' Portland of all places. Which, thank God, it's not. Actually, I'd almost like it if it was on the other side of Oregon, because then we would just take our RV and go for the weekend. But oh well. Then the next weekend is Easter, so I can't leave that weekend. I did think about going out to the campground just outside of town, and then we could just drive in and have Easter with the kids. And if they wanted to do Easter out there, they could, but they didn't seem to want to. They were fine, whatever. So I'd have to wait 3 whole weeks before I can even go on my RVing trip. I'm not very happy. I'm trying to wait till people get in here until I start this video. But it's already been 14 minutes. I've waited till 7 o'clock thinking that that's a problem, that people are out and about doing stuff. Maybe people are just truly sick of GG. Maybe I seriously need to take a break. So I don't know. But anyway. I came here as a child from a different country, and I pay taxes, and I got nothing for free like these people who cross here illegally. I totally understand, Callie, and I agree 150%. I don't believe that, and I don't think that you're on the table. I don't think that's, not, at least not the way I understood everything that Trump has said. So I think you good. I need to plan an Easter meal menu. I start with dessert, right? Well, we always seem to go with ham. And I'm sure that's what we'll do this time, which is fine. I don't care. Okay. Okay. I need to go over here. Give me 2 seconds while I send out a couple link. Okay. So the one video that I have is basically them talking about, come on, Discord. Them talking about, I can't do 2 things at once. I just cannot. I used to be able to, but I couldn't chew gum and talk to you at the same time right now. The one that I really kind of wanted everybody to watch, and some people may have watched it already, but I just think it kind of gives a quick lowdown of what's actually going on. Okay, Bobby, I'm looking for you. I'm sending it in Discord. Mishka, honey, where are you? There you are. Okay. If anybody else wants a link and you're in Discord, you have to tell me, because... Okay, and Bobby. If that's what you wanted, Mishka, I'm not trying to pressure you, honey. And Bob. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to listen to this first, and then we can go through. I already lost one person. Jesus, I give up. Okay, here we go. We're going to watch this. So if you come up while we're watching it, shh, till we're done that way. Otherwise, nobody can hear it, and they can't give me a, well, they could, but it's Fox News. They ain't going to give me a copyright. Right? They ain't going to give me a copyright. Okay, if anybody else needs a link, you have to give me an email or Discord or something. Here we go. No, freaking A. Okay, delete that one. Go over here. There we go. Oh, that's a huge lag. All right, let's hope this works. I'm going to stop my cam. That always helps. Put y'all full blast. And here we go.
Court giving a major boost to President Trump's border agenda, clearing the way for deportation flights to resume using the Alien and Enemies Act after an Obama-appointed judge tried to block it. Let's bring in the Attorney General for the United States. Madam Attorney General, thank you so much for joining the program.
Thank you. Good morning. It's a great day for America, and it's a great day to be a Florida Gator.
But let's talk about what the court did. Essentially, you know, they didn't rule when it comes to the Aliens and Enemy Act. What they said was, but they also said, listen, if there's the process, then they have to do it through the normal channels, through a habeas writ. So what is the administration reaction to all that the Supreme Court just said yesterday?
Well, Lawrence, this is a landmark victory for the rule of law. And this is what we've been arguing on behalf of President Trump from day one. These are enemies of our state, of our country, and they should be deported. And what the judge ruled was, going forward, from this day forward, all those planes that are gone are there. Those people are staying. So there are a lot of reasons why Americans are safer. From this point forward, the hearing will be held, it's a habeas hearing, in the court of confinement, which means in Texas.
Yeah.
So it will be a much faster hearing. They can't do class actions. It will be a much smoother, simpler hearing, and these people will be deported. Americans are safer, and domestic terrorists, foreign terrorists, you better look out because we're coming after you. I'd start self-deporting if I were you, because we're going to find you.
So, Madam Attorney General, let's get this on record because I think it's important for the audience to understand. Going forward, there's no shopping as it relates to immigration anymore. If someone is detained and scheduled for a deportation, they can no longer shop across the country for a judge, a liberal leading judge. And now all the cases going forward have to go to that Texas judge. Is that correct?
Correct, Lawrence. And that's what was happening. These liberal district judges thought that they could control our entire country's policy, Donald Trump's policy on keeping America safe. They cannot do it. And this was, again, a landmark ruling for the rule of law yesterday. And it's so important because these flights will now continue. These terrorists, they are foreign terrorists. They are alien enemies to our country, and we will continue to deport them. We are going to keep America safe, and a liberal district judge is not going to stop us. And that's what the Supreme Court ruled yesterday.
So, Madam Attorney General, let's talk about the judge in D.C., Boasberg. There's a hearing scheduled today. Will that happen? I mean, this is essentially over. Will he still try to use some type of power that he has?
There is a hearing scheduled today at 3 p.m. He is not canceling the hearing. He is continuing on with the hearing, but the Supreme Court has spoken loud and clear. He has no jurisdiction. That flight will remain in El Salvador. Those inmates, those violent gang members, those violent alien enemies will remain in El Salvador. He cannot get them back. So his jurisdiction is over. So we'll see what he says today at 3 p.m. But going forward, these terrorists better look out.
Let's talk about this DOJ attorney that you have since put on leave. As I was reviewing the case, I found a lot of the action skeptical, interesting. It seemed like this attorney was arguing for the other side and not for the United States at that moment. At what point did you make the decision to pull him off the case?
Well, we represent the United States of America. That's our client. That's our only client, and all the agencies that fall under the federal government. And any lawyer has an ethical duty to argue on behalf of their client, not against their client. And that's what happened in this case. He has been placed on administrative leave, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think it was the right decision. You're exactly right.
There have to be
Department of Justice works for the
consequences
people.
for your actions. There will be consequences for your actions. You have to ethically argue with your client. That wasn't happening in this case.
That's exactly right. So, Madam Attorney General, it looks like Maine is upset, the state of Maine. The president made it very clear that no more men in women's sports. Not going to happen. As a result of that, he took a lot of the funding away since they didn't want to comply. They have since decided that they're going to sue the United States government. You're going to be representing the government. What can you tell us?
Well, we were right to do that. President Trump has the right to determine where the money goes, where federal money goes. And also, Lawrence, on Friday, we got a great win, too, with the Department of Justice. The Supreme Court ruled in our favor on DEI and where this money can go with the Department of Education. So that falls for where that money goes, all federal money. Now, back to Maine. Yeah, what's happening there is they're not abiding by what President Trump said. They're allowing men and women's sports. And in the case right now, what we did last night, some breaking news, we pulled all non-essential funding from the Department of Corrections in Maine because they were allowing a man in a woman's prison. A giant 6'1", 200 with a knife stabbed his parents to death and the family dog, and he identified as a woman. So they were letting him be housed in a female prison. No longer. We will pull your funding. We will protect women in prison. We will protect women in sports. We will protect women throughout this country. No more of that.
It's unbelievable that we're still dealing with this issue. It seems like the American people have spoken on this issue, but the resistance campaign continues. Madam Attorney General, thank you so much for joining Fox and Friends this morning.
Thank you. Have a great day.
To a Fox News alert now, the Trump administration celebrated a big Supreme Court win, allowing them to resume deportation flights under the Alien Enemies Act.
Madeline Rivera joins us now with more. And Maddie, it all comes down to the Supreme Court said, what are you doing? You filed this in the wrong state.
Yeah, so the Supreme Court's ruling here was pretty narrow, but
I'll take it. Looking good, Alan.
It's happening right now.
Oh, what do I hear?
Nothing.
Oh,
I'm muted my
nothing.
TVs.
How are you?
Good. Hey, darling. How you doing? All right?
Good.
I can't
Good,
see
good,
you.
good. How about
I'm
you?
on my phone. We're coming across glorious. It's
You're gonna
craziness,
what?
but glorious. We are doing better than I could ever dream of. So.
Huh? Well, good. Good, good, good.
Well, what
Sounds
happened?
like
What
you-
happened to the video?
Oh, I
Did
just
that start
stopped it.
glitching,
You
or
can-
was that?
No.
was
I'm
that
gonna
on
go
mine?
back on. It just changed, so I thought. 'Cause
Well,
I didn't
hello
know.
everybody. Hello everybody in the chat. I didn't realize I was getting prompted on there that quick.
No, we still got
I
a few more
figured-
minutes. We still got
yeah.
about 5 minutes. I don't know, somewhere in there.
All right. Well, yeah, put it back on. We'll be here to recap after.
All right, I'm gonna
100%.
remove
Miss
both
you
of
guys.
us
Love
again.
you guys.
But nevertheless, both sides are claiming victory to some extent after the High Court's 5-4 ruling on Monday. I want you to take a listen to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem.
Today is a bad day to be a terrorist in the United States of America. Today, the Supreme Court came out with a decision that reaffirmed President Trump was correct in using his authority on using the Alien Enemies Act to deport terrorists out of this country.
Attorney General Pam Bondi saying tonight's decision is a landmark victory for the rule of law. An activist judge in Washington, D.C. does not have the jurisdiction to seize control of President Trump's authority to conduct foreign policy and keep the American people safe. But the Supreme Court did not decide whether the administration's invocation of the Alien Enemies Act was constitutional. It ruled that the challengers brought their lawsuit to the wrong court. They should have filed it in a Texas federal court where the detentions took place and not in a D.C. federal court. The justices also agree that detainees must have the chance to challenge their removals, and the ACLU is taking that as a victory. Federal Judge James Boasberg, who had initially blocked the Trump administration from continuing those deportation flights under the Alien Enemies Act, is holding a hearing today. He will likely take the Supreme Court's decision into account. Also on Monday, Chief Justice John Roberts temporarily paused a midnight deadline for the Trump administration to return a Maryland resident, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. You see him there on your screen, back to the United States. Roberts' order will give the full court more time to consider the case. Although the government says Garcia's deportation was an administrative error, Bondi says ICE members have testified he's an MS-13 gang member. Garcia's lawyers argue, though, he's not been charged with any crime in any country. Steve Ainsley and Brian.
All right, Madeline, thank you very much. Let's bring in Lawrence Jones. He's live in El Paso. You saw him a moment ago where they were training the dogs. Lawrence, what's interesting about the finding yesterday from the Supreme Court, the ruling, the decision, is that the administration can continue to deport people under the Aliens and Enemies Act, but before they deport them, they got to say, okay, you're being deported under this act, and then they're going to get some due process. So they can continue, but there's going to be a pause where lawyers get involved.
Yeah, so because he knew that he didn't have jurisdiction over it. You have someone that's been held in Texas, and then you have a DC circuit judge that is overseeing it. That should have never happened. So what the Supreme Court said, this was an improper venue. And anytime someone is held, whether it's an immigration case or any other federal crime, it has to happen wherever they're held at. And so they sent it right back to Texas. The second part, which is what you were alluding to, was the due process. What they're saying is that you have to file a habeas petition. They're not disputing the flights yet. None of that is happening. But this is not exclusive to immigration. If you have any issue with detainment and your lawyer wants to post some type of legal order, you got to file a habeas petition in the area where you're being held and let that judge handle it. I think it was a great win for the administration, but it also was a great day for the rule of law.
Right.
No more venue shopping when it comes to immigration.
Yeah, and you had that judge that was saying you need to bring that MS-13 alleged MS-13 gang member back home. He's in El Salvador in that maximum prison. You need to bring him home by midnight on Monday. And you had Chief Justice John Roberts say, no, we're going to pause that while we investigate. Let me see if this guy really is MS-13, what he's done. So that's just paused for now, but that's another win for Donald Trump.
I just worry about the already overburdened court system. I wish there was an intermediate way, like a special judge to get a hearing, because now we got to get him a lawyer.
Exactly.
We got to hold him up. We got to feed him. There's going to be, who knows, can they appeal?
And how long is it going to take for them to go through the courts?
Right. So it would eliminate all controversy. So anybody on that plane would get all the way, you'd get the due process that all of us would get, which I just don't know if they're worthy of it. I'm wondering if there was some type of military expeditious way to do it.
Well, you got to wonder because it's based on the president of the United States has said, I'm going to deport them because they're members of the gang. I would imagine it would be easy, it would go really fast if the federal government just said, okay, here's our proof that the guy's in a gang. Ultimately, that's what you want to know, because the Garcia guy who we were talking about, who's stuck in legal limbo, his lawyers say he was never in a gang. As Maddie just said, he was never charged. So if as quickly as the government can say, look, this is a TDA guy, this is an MS-13 guy, boom, they had their day in court.
But the problem is then the TDA guy has Matlock as a lawyer. It's the wrong guy, wrong neck tattoo.
That's what the Supreme Court says you've got to get. I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And clip.
This is why I call people fucking retarded. There's the intro to my reaction to all of this nonsense.
It's the dumbest shit I ever heard of.
You take the floor. It's your show. But
I definitely don't understand. I don't understand. I don't know why it's doing this. What are we doing here?
It was glitching though. It is definitely skipping and lagging a little bit.
Oh yeah, the damn thing.
Because I have it up on my computer and my phone. It was it wasn't. That's why there was such a delay at first. This is why you don't allow an invasion of 20 million fucking people.
Well, but here's the deal: is
your country.
I was under the impression that our rights were our rights, not the rights of people from another country.
They are, and if you're a criminal.
Yes,
which illegal has a definition of, if you're here illegally, that's a crime. You are a criminal by default. Get the fuck out, first of all. And second of all, 20 million. And if you look at the deportation, there's no way to keep up with that. There's going to be some innocent people caught up in the mix. Well, you know what? This mess is on the Democrats. You flood this nation with 20 million fucking people from all over the planet, known terrorists. They are calling for Amy Coney Barrett fucking voted to keep MS-13 members in here. Like, they get due process. Oh, you snuck across the border, so you could delay this for 9 years.
Yeah, I don't understand why there was even a minute of hesitation.
They were flying them in airplanes. We need to get a real ID for domestic travel on airplanes in our own country as citizens. We're tracked and traced like tax cattle, but you want to sneak into the country, we got you. And it was all, you were being replaced. The voter base was being replaced. That's why they got social security numbers and driver's licenses and shit. This was an act of war. And I don't use those words lightly. It was an open invasion. Absolutely. And anybody who's on the side of defending this, That's not only treason. It's an act of war.
Mhm.
Oh, well, just one guy. Well, if we took all the guns and it saved just one life, it's worth it. All right. Well, if we deported all the illegals and it saved just one life, it's worth it, right? But we are not dealing with rational people. We are dealing with a force that wants to destroy the nation. They've made it clear. No borders, no wall, no USA at all. Yeah, everybody acts like they weren't chanting this shit. Most Americans are retarded, first of all. And I say that with malice. And if you feel offense, maybe you're one of the ones I'm talking about. Second of all,
I feel retarded lots of times. Don't feel bad, everybody.
well, ignorant is one thing, stupid is another. Retarded is its own class. People forget the definitions of words. If you're on Facebook, go to Bobby Box and you'll see one of my latest posts was about the definitions. You know, a stupid person can be a genius, and a smart person can be a complete idiot if you actually look up the definitions of these
My
words.
mom
That's
called them educated idiots.
well, just because you have knowledge, if you don't apply it appropriately, you're not wise. So you might have knowledge, but you're an idiot. You might not have any knowledge on anything, but you're not stupid. You're smart. You know, there's such thing called a smart ass because they're quick-witted with intelligent comebacks. That's the definition of smart. So you're smart, but you don't have any knowledge in any field. Now you could be stupid, but have a lot of influence over people, or do something so profoundly stupid that it's like, that's genius. If you look up the definition of genius, this is why the left plays with language. I am so disappointed in my fellow Americans, I must say, with this tariff situation. You have the very same people who walked on Wall Street that started the whole AMC stock battle that the little man has the vote with their money, to now defending a dip in the market because hedge fund managers had leveraged us on the necessity of imports from foreign countries. Anybody who understands global trade understands that the more we rely on foreign countries, what Xi Jinping did today, which completely proves the point, he halted all rare earth exports, rare earth mineral exports to all foreign countries. Why the fuck are we relying on China, our enemy, for medicine, minerals, and components? We need to decouple from it. This all started way back with Nixon and shit. And then in the 80s, they joined the World Trade Organization. And they steal intellectual property. They use child slave labor. I'm sorry, America cannot compete with child slave labor. And Americans have become lazy as fuck. They don't want to be accountable. And they're too retarded to understand what the hell's going on in the world. Half of America deserves to pick the crops on labor camps after we deport all the fucking illegals. That's what they're good for.
Well, I do have to say that what cracks me up is every time one of those.
That's my rant, by the way. I don't have my ticker, but there's my rant. I digress. I love you.
I don't know if I have this ticker here because I'm on a different StreamYard, but of how they. What was I going to say? Son of a bitch, I lost it.
Picking crops on the field. These motherfuckers are fighting.
Yeah. So when they say, "Oh, you want to deport them all?" Well, who's going to pick your vegetables? Are you seriously so racist that that's what you're saying?
Oh well, it's the servant class. That's what they're servants.
But what a racist thing to say. That's kind of racist to say that. That's the only ones that will pick.
There's no self-awareness on the left. They don't even. I'll put it to you this way. And this might blow a couple of minds. MAGA, the people who is destroying democracy, are all fucking Democrats. And we're yelling at all the Republicans and calling out all the communists who sold out to China. Donald Trump, Democrat. Tulsi Gabbard, Democrat. RFK Jr., Democrat. Elon Musk, Democrat. You name it.
They were Democrats. You speak for yourself because I have never been a Democrat. Marvin's been a Democrat.
I'll put it to you this way: there was a blue dog Democrat time period around JFK time, but they killed him. There was, because that's what they virtue signaled on.
Yeah.
The Republicans have always been for people against government. The Democrats have always been about mob rule, hate, and divisiveness. That's always been the thing. To the point where Donald Trump, now I don't give up lightly. Donald Trump was a Democrat the whole time. Elon Musk is a Democrat the whole time. Tulsi Gabbard, Democrat. RFK Jr., Democrat. But that's like hereditary for a Kennedy.
Right.
I don't look past the fact that Elon Musk is working with AI brain chips, building a Terminator army.
Me either.
I don't. I'm not for all that. The EVs. I installed EV infrastructure in this country.
You know how I feel about that whole scene.
Yes. So I don't look past that, but I look at his actions. He bought X and unleashed free speech once again across this nation. He's the only reason Trump's in office.
And and the shit that is getting handed to him right now, just for the whole Doge thing. I mean, holy cow! Anybody else would have just went, "Fuck it, I'm out." And not him, man. He is sticking with it. Nope, I'm getting.
It's what he does. He gets hyper focused on things, and he's very good at his fucking job. Now, I'm watching what's happening with everything else because I'm not with the transhumanist bullshit. But there's no mandates or anything. He's receiving death threats. They're burning his vehicles and all of this shit because he unleashed free speech. Now, I also always keep in the back of my brain that the whole world is a stage. Remember when you used to yell at me when I said Trump might be a part of the show, unbeknowingly, but you know,
who knows if he's unknowingly? I have to agree with you at this point. I don't know if. I mean, who knows? Trump may be writing on it. No, exactly. Let's remember that they are the elite. First of all, there's a different class. There's a different level. And y'all that make more money than you probably should, even though you think you might be up there with them, you probably aren't. If you worry at all about how you're making a dime or anything, you're not.
But now I'm also watching their actions. They're kind of calling the cops on their own party. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's gotten so radical and so out of control. I mean, it's to the point where they call the cops on their own party at their own expense. And what's gonna come of it is nothing but beneficial to the working class. It's really, I told you way back when, if Hillary Clinton said she would repeal all gun laws and all of this and that and cut taxes, I'd vote for her. But she didn't, and she wouldn't. Trump's doing it. And I'm watching this and I'm going, what incentive does he have to actually do this? And I'm like, what are the results if this works out? Holy shit. And it's better than the previews. And honestly, I'd vote for this all over again if given the chance. 100%. I'm blown away by it, but also as it's bittersweet because I'm blown away by what's happening in not even 100 days. We're resetting the global economy back to where Americans aren't getting fucked over and out like tax cattle. I'm blown away by the retardation of Americans. Half of this nation, I've come to realize, are on a fucking suicide mission. Because the results that would come to pass with the moves that are being made, you don't want accountability. You're lazy as a motherfucker, and you're going to drain the system dry. You're not thinking about your kids, the future of your grandkids. None of that. If Kamala had won, we'd be in a 1920s style fucking depression right now. I promise you that. The only reason the stock market had any hope was because Donald Trump was running. If he dropped out of the race, we would have crashed a long time ago. And people don't understand this.
One of the things that I notice with my kids. Hello, Mr. Duggar.
Hi, baby.
Duggar.
One of the things that I notice with my kids is, of course, they're not kids. They're full grown adults with families of their own. And I will be talking about something that's going on in the political world, and my kids will look at me just as straight faced as ever and say, Mom, I have way more shit than what you're talking about to worry about. And I remember being that exact same way back then when I was their age.
100%.
And
I'll tell you.
but
I can relate
wish
100%.
that
Hello.
somebody would have woke me up. Hello, Oilers. I wish somebody would have woke me up and said, "Hey, this is shit you better worry about. Your kids
Well,
are
we're in the
headed
midst of battle now. We weren't in the midst of battle. We were kept getting warned.
there."
And when my friends would come to me, I was at my house. I had a big old house, 10-room house, music production studio, all the cars, money like you couldn't fucking imagine. I couldn't spend it enough. And I'm sitting there. My friends would come over bitching about politics, and I would just look at them like, "Bro, a politician ain't to blame for your shortcomings because you're a lazy fuck." I said, "You're standing here on my deck, my balcony deck off my kitchen into my own backyard while I'm drinking a beer, smoking a cigar, watching the sunset," because that was my thing. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck what these crooks do as long as they don't come for my beer and my sunset. And when I had to deal with the state and everything after my wife's passing, and I was through all the courts and I was dealing with states and all this shit and government, it really hit me because they froze all my bank accounts. Now I had bills like a motherfucker. I had a whole house, everything. And they froze all my bank accounts because I had to go into probate because I would just give her the money and she would pay the bills, and that was her thing. And I just, I worked. So fucking, I got a sour taste in my mouth, and I said, now they're coming for my beer and my sunset every day. Now I got a personal issue. And I started fighting with the state. I started fighting with the government and shit. And then Donald Trump came down that fucking escalator, and I looked right at my friend and I said, Trump, this business is being mismanaged because America is a corporation. It's a business. I don't care what you think about it. It's all about the exchange of funds for services and products. That's it. That's the world. And I looked right at him. I said, fucking Trump. And then I started seeing all these news reports, and I'm like, this is crazy. And I started doing a little bit of research myself, and I'm like, damn, half of America can't read, or they refuse to, because all of this is obvious bullshit. Here are all the issues. He didn't have to point out any issues.
Can I say something?
And he didn't have to sell us on any issues. All right, I'm wrapping up right now. But my thing with Trump was he didn't create any issues, and he didn't go nuts on any issues. All he did was point out the obvious that the rest of us have been bitching about for half a century. And then he promised to fix them. So we're like, go ahead, go in. And he's making the moves to fix them. And it's not pleasant. You ever renovate your house? It's not pleasant. It's not pretty. But at the end of it,
when there's lots
now
of things,
I digress.
When it's time to when it's time to start saving money or whatever, there's lots of things that you go without while you're saving the money to do what you want to do. But you just get that's the sacrifices you make for the things you want. And it's just the same thing is going on right now. Okay, Mr. Duggars and Oilers, how are you? Also, I would like to say hello to Weston that just popped in.
Sorry, I was on a rant.
Okay.
I apologize.
But I have to ask Bobby, what did Canada do to the states to deserve to get the tariffs? Like, I get that the tariffs should come in place and everything like that for the other countries and that. But
what did they
why
do to
pick on
deserve
Canada?
them?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let me ask you a question.
God, I want to go
Let me
get
ask
coffee.
you.
but I
Let me
gotta-
ask you a
Wait,
question.
No. Wait.
No. It's
Answer
very
that
simple.
question first.
I'm going to answer that question with a question. What
not
about Canada's tariffs on America was fair? That they've had the whole time.
What about the USMCA agreement that Donald Trump did when he was in power?
That exempts certain trade lines that are neutral to the country's moving products. What I'm saying is, when you're charging 250% tariffs on dairy products from
Oh
the
God.
U.S. and we're
LW, hurry up.
charging nothing,
LW is gonna be up here.
what's fair about that? This is what we call reciprocation. Do you understand the definition of the word reciprocal? Do you
LW,
understand? Can
get
you
up here.
define the word reciprocal? Because that's what's happening right now. If I charged you $20 a beer at my bar and you were only charging me $5, wouldn't you want to charge me $20? Why the fuck would I pay $20 at your bar if you only pay $5 at mine?
Okay,
So
what was Mr.
reciprocal.
Duggar gonna say?
I would look up the word reciprocal, and then you would have a better understanding of what's happening right now.
Bobby, that was probably one of the most simplest ways of explaining it. That was a very good analogy of what was going on. They wouldn't let our farm implements in. They were cutting our farmers' throat up there, and a lot of our people up north actually get their electricity from Canada, and they were hosing them there too, with energy and gas and stuff, which is
and we don't need anything from Canada.
Exactly, because we have.
So then, why don't we turn off the stuff there, and then you guys can get your own, electricity?
You guys are fucked. First of all, half of Canada speaks French, and you all have the Queen on your money. You guys are slaves to China.
Well,
the only reason you exist in the capacity to Canada, the only reason Canada exists is because you're neighbors with the U.S. Canada shouldn't exist, to be honest.
We're 60% of your money. Did you know
everything?
That?
You have no idea. Canada shouldn't exist, to be honest, and I'm being nice about that. If we cut you off completely, forget about it. The only reason we let you exist is you're a buffer between China, the UK, and us. That's it.
That's not true. They fought.
Well, actually, look what you did to China.
No, they didn't. They fought really gallant. The Canadians fought gallantly in World War II.
In 1812, World War II. That's great. What are you doing now? What do they got now?
Let me talk.
Yeah.
I'm trying to explain you something. When World War II ended, they were a staunch ally and stuff like that. But
for their own survival.
It kept going left, kept going left. Who do you think's been protecting Canada since World War II? Canada? No, man. Canada's like a French prize fighter. You know, 1, 2 down without the U.S. Plus, so much of y'all's local monies that the untrade fair agreement. Now, they did fuck up with the Mexico and Canadian.
Yes. 100%.
And Trump recognized that. My bad, that didn't go right. And, you know, they tried to get it where it got back to a more of an even till, but Canada was still hosing the shit out of us for what we do. And, you know, y'all make a good 51st state, you know, but Trudeau, he would make a good governor for shit.
Well, he's gone. Let me just say something here, though.
Somehow they went from Trudeau to worse.
We're in the election mode. Why doesn't Trump wait till we have this election, till Trudeau did whatever he did there, and then say, why don't we just pause everything? Then let's get into just hang on here. Then let's get into a room and let's all negotiate with Mexico, Canada, U.S., and let's read and lay out what you want to lay out. We'll lay out what we want to lay out there and hammer it out into a deal there. It was him that they did this deal, though.
Time is of the essence. We don't have time for all of that bullshit. We were adding $1 trillion to our debt every 100 days and getting ripped off by everybody. So we went full cold turkey. Fuck everybody. We're about to go bankrupt as a nation, taking care and hosting up all of your economies. It's done.
Well, I think that you should wait because we're
wait. You add $1
willing.
trillion to your economy. You add $1 trillion to your debt every 100 days and tell me, oh, just wait it out. I promise I'll quit heroin and you won't have to prop me up anymore and lend me money. Fuck out of here, bro.
And don't take it personally. He's done it.
It's government shit. I weep for you people. I want Canadians liberated from tyranny. I weep for you. I weep for the UK, Ireland, all of them. And the US. I'm not against you. I'm against this tyrannical globalist government regime that has enslaved the planet. For the record. And now I'm going to mute my mic so you know I'm done with my rant.
Yeah, don't take it personally, dude. It's around the world. You know, we've been getting hosed by our allies and NATO, and plus our enemies like China and stuff like that. It's been so unfair.
But I want to hear what oil.
But finally, we got an American first president, and it's what it feels like when you got an American first president who's going to look after American people, the American interest. Okay, as much as you want to say it, you know, you're an American, you're a North American, and you should understand, especially after what you've been going through with Trudeau, losing your weapons. It's the same thing like it already happened in Australia. You know, so I mean, it's when you got tyrannical governments leading your country, and they're dealing with my country, and they're still hosing my country. You know, just pretty much flipping us off. That's what was happening. So you're trying to put it on us like we're the bad guys. You know, y'all are the ones that, you know, haven't been taking care of y'all's share. And it just needs to be a little more, let me use this word, receptacle. You know, and we need to get the same kind of biscuits you're getting.
Okay, well, if I may, I would like to say that, first off, I don't agree with putting reciprocal tariffs or whatever the hell you want to call them there. It's just bad. Nobody wins in the tariff war. Nobody. It's the people. No one wins. Actually, as a matter of fact, it drives prices up.
Hey, what do you mean?
It does on both sides.
Why isn't it fair that I have to pay the same thing you have to pay? Why do we have to pay more than what you pay?
Okay, but hang on here. I wasn't finished. You know, I think that you know, like they should wait. Like
no,
I said,
I'm going to interrupt you, and I'm going to digress from this whole thing. No,
No,
because you obviously do not understand economics, and you cannot. It's hard to win an argument with an intelligent person, but it's impossible to win one with a stupid person. I'm not wasting my time talking to someone with an opinion and no knowledge. That you're ignorant, and I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm saying you're ignorant. That's stupid. No one wins in a tariff war. Do you know what a tariff is?
That's all
First
he
of
got
all,
to say, and you
it's
guys
a misguided opinion. It's a misguided opinion. Why am I going to waste my time with somebody who doesn't understand?
I want everybody to be able to get to talk. And
sorry.
don't get to interrupt.
No. Do we entertain retards here right now?
Well, that's how you rebuttal what he's got to say. You form a rebuttal.
No one wins in a tariff war.
Give him a voice.
No one wins in a tariff war. Is probably the dumbest fucking opinion I've ever heard about the whole thing.
I'm not
because he had nothing to say. He didn't know what he was talking about. If that's a he, we're going to use that too loosely.
Quit talking over gutters.
It's Oilers, and he is a dude, and I'm telling you that he just wanted to talk.
I know Oilers.
And explain his
Gutter,
point.
you know
okay.
I know Oilers.
Well, quit trying to feel like you're better than him. He has an opinion the same as
everybody gets to talk.
A misguided opinion.
Well,
I'm not acting better than anyone. I'm fed up with people entertaining stupidity. This is not a game.
You're never going
to
get
game.
Oilers actually thinks a lot like we do. He just happens to think a little different on this because he's in the middle of it.
How do you know? You cut him the fuck off before he even got out what he wanted to say, bro.
He said no one wins in a
We
tariff
gotta listen to your fucking rant for fucking 10 minutes, and the kid opened his fucking mouth and you shut him down like you're Lord God executioner. So shut up and let somebody else have an opinion, Bob. Goddamn. That's all I'm
pissed off.
Even
I'm
if
pissed
he's
off.
wrong, it's his opinion. He's entitled to his opinion on this show.
Why are we entertaining a stupid, misguided opinion?
Because he has entitlement of an opinion.
But that's not what we came here for.
Well,
we were the motherfuckers who actually understood what was happening. Why are we entertaining? Why are we entertaining stupidity here? When did we become an entertainment channel?
I don't know why we put up with you, Bobby.
Yeah, me. And now you're gonna make it personal. I'm not making it personal.
You made it personal to him, saying his opinion ain't shit, and that ain't.
Not at this point with this bullshit. Are we really entertaining this shit?
You like being a communist, Bob? Not letting a man have an opinion or ask a fucking question? Stop and look at it from the other side of the mirror, bro. Come on.
He started spewing some nonsense.
No, he
He
didn't.
barely got to say anything
He
and
never
was
said
With
cut
the
off.
tariffs, and I don't agree
I'm
with the
losing
reciprocal
all of my
tariffs,
views.
and no
I'm clear
one
down to
wins.
9, Bob.
Well, let him get his thought out. Maybe he had a
Well,
reason.
then I won't come back here if we're just letting idiots speak. That's fine. I love you guys. It ain't personal, but I'm not gonna sit here and listen to the same retards spewing the same nonsense, walking in
You don't
circles
know
when
what he
we're in
had
a
to say.
serious
You
battle
didn't give
here.
him a chance to say anything, Bob. Come on, man.
The first 3 words out of his mouth were the dumbest take on any of this I've heard. It was.
And that's
I
about
don't
all he got
agree.
out
I
in
don't.
3 words.
Well, let me ask you a question, Mr. Duggett. When someone opens a statement where I don't agree with reciprocal tariffs and no one wins in a tariff war, how do you take that? What
That's
do you
all
think?
he got to say, and you cut him off. He never got to finish. He had more to
Do
say.
people win tariff
Let
wars?
people explain themselves.
Do
You
people
don't get
win
to cut
tariff
people
wars?
off.
No, but it's Oilers, and it's always the same fucking shit with this
I
nonsense.
don't give a fuck. It's he gets to talk. Everybody gets to get their view out and say what they feel. And then
All right.
if you want to disagree, you can disagree.
I'll come down to this. I apologize. I'm in a way today because I am. If you look at any of my other posts, I am so fed up with the retardation of actual intelligent, smart motherfucking Americans watching what's happening. So I'm in a mood. I'm on my period, and I apologize. And when I hear there was another thing,
take a Midol and
well,
stop being
listen,
a dick.
it's not all the time I come on, but every time I come on, you're never gonna forget it. You know what I mean? I love you guys. I love all my gutter
forget it as
peeps.
soon as you leave, trust me.
Well, I'm not gonna forget you calling me a communist. I'm not a communist.
Hey, yeah,
I'm an asshole.
You're trying to force your opinion. You're only your opinion.
No, I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole, not a communist. There's a big difference.
Asshole, communist, same thing.
No, big
Bullshit. What I'm saying
but
is,
for real, because I'm sick and tired. Americans need to wake up.
You're even over talking me. That's hard to do. That's hard to do. I congratulate you on that, but I'm just saying, Bob.
Well, that's kind of become my character
That's
slot.
why we have a talk to find out other people's opinions. Now, if you can form an intelligent rebuttal back to it without calling him stupid or ignorant, taking the time to explain yourself, Lucy, instead of fucking just dumping on him for being completely wrong. He hasn't got a clue. The world is coming to the end because he's talking. There's no winner in a tariff war. Okay, let him have his opinion. Then maybe we can enlighten him on some of the things that's really and what caused some of the things. I'm not 100% sure on none of it. Because none of us are 100% sure, because most of it's been done in hiding from us for a lot of years. This is the most transparent government ever.
Well, and it's very fluid too. Everything is. There could be tariffs today, and they could be yanked tomorrow. Trump does what he sees fit, and he's not your typigal president that
He's got over.
I will say this. Mr. Duggett. Everybody here who's an OG, who's been here from the beginning, understands this history of my character and my role in this realm here. I used to get put in timeout. They had a rant ticker for me. I'm the psychotic fucking stepchild who comes in and goes off the leash. But then I come back and I'm like, hey, yeah, no, I'm that's why I don't always make appearances. I'm that wild one like Billy on the Street or the Howard Stern type motherfucker. That was the role I got cast into, and it's by the time I get on here, I go, I got so much to say.
Now you know why everybody calls you Bobby Bag of Donuts.
Oh yeah, no, I'm out of my mind, and I gladly wear that role here. It's like, oh man, he's going off about what? But I always have something to bring to the table. I'm always passionate about something. It's fun. It's exciting. Gets you guys fucking stirred.
All hell, LW. All hell.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How are ya?
LW,
Good morning,
what's up?
Vietnam.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
So what has y'all all riled up tonight?
Bobby did it.
Oh yeah,
Bobby
no, I
did it?
came in, just went nuts. Yeah.
It's
It's been a while. I'm so excited to be back. I
put
just
oil
went
in the
nuts.
water and trough.
I became dictator for a day.
Did you?
Yeah,
He
I'm a
was
communist now.
rude. He
Hmm.
ran off our Canadian buddy.
Yeah.
Man, not the Canadian guy.
The Canadian guy.
Canada.
Ran in Canada, yep.
So y'all are
ran in
getting all hot and bothered about the tariffs?
No, not at all.
Well, Bobby was. Bobby has a tendency to get hot and bothered about just about anything.
I came in on a fucking rant. Yeah, I said it.
He did. He ran
I'm-
everybody off.
Oh, I ran everybody off.
You did.
Did I?
They're starting to dwindle. They're starting to come back in. Like, is the coast clear? Do we dare come back in? I don't got a bunch of people that like drama over here. These are the people that are like, okay, there's no yelling.
We're in the middle of a
sometimes,
civil war. We're in the middle of a civil war to save your nation. Life as you know it. And a rant is gonna stir your feelings. God, what if you had to storm the beaches
No,
of
we
Normandy?
just want everybody to get to talk, Bobby.
Yeah, we just want to talk about
Be
feelings.
nice. Don't be rude.
So
Don't
how
interrupt.
you feeling? How you feeling tonight, LW?
Good.
Glad to
I
hear.
agree with the spirit of the tariffs for America in the long run, for America to try to
And there have
make
It's not
better
even
deals
full, bro.
and make more money in the future. But the only thing is that debunked stuff has to. I mean, I don't know, man. the numbers that they're using it's been debunked by everybody except like the influencers, like some of them aren't even repeating those numbers anymore because it's just simple calculator stuff.
Well, that's what it is, and it brings attention to it. All tariffs are a deal negotiation mechanism. That's really all they are. And
Right,
the
but
problem is if tariffs on a foreign nation could crash your own economy, which we all know the stock market is a gamble. I tell everybody when you invest in the stock market, it's a gamble. It's rigged. We know it's rigged. That's what the whole AMC, the little guy battling the big corporate fucking equity firms, which has been shutting everything down. Equity firms strip mine businesses and then sell it out and bankrupt it. And then they walk away from the debt, letting the brand die. Your Circuit City, Toys R Us, and all that shit. That's where they went. Goodbye, the Family Dollar. This is not. It's all coming to a head.
Wow.
I'll leave it at that and let you, tear that because that's where my mind's at with all of this.
My only thing is about the percentage of them saying that Canada charges us 200% for this, 270% for that, 185% for this, 175% for this. It's not true.
Are there VATs in place?
Hey,
No,
could I interrupt for a second? I want y'all to say hi to Ruby. That's my daughter down there, Ruby Tina.
Oh,
Hi,
hi,
Ruby.
Ruby.
Hey, Ruby.
Welcome to the circus. We are your monkeys.
Yeah, oh man, she's an opinionated young lady, and I'm very proud of her, man. People that's had kids, if you ain't ever had a kid like mine, that's a beat your chest, so proud kind of girl for me, man.
Well, let me ask you a question. What's the true number that you've come to that's tariffed on American milk?
Well, it's certainly not, and they keep coming up with different numbers every day. I'm looking here, 250%, 291%, 208%, 241%. This is what people tweet out. I mean, it's like a goddamn auction. What's the real number?
Yeah, no, I understand that. What is it?
Those numbers go into effect after it hits.
But where is it?
After they,
Do you have an idea of where it is?
It's low percent. It's like some of them are even under 10%.
Do we have
to almost
matching?
nothing?
Do we have matching?
Well, if you can let me finish my thought, I'll tell you. All those high numbers are if it goes over quota, and we've like hardly ever gone over quota. Those numbers hit into effect. The 270% is after quota.
Okay.
Right now, Canada is not charging us anything for 270%. Not one thing.
Okay.
So what are the percentage rates, LW?
I don't have them all memorized. I looked them up.
You don't. Like some of them, like what is the dairy? What was the dairy?
I changed my mind given new information, but what I've been able to track down, and I'm talking about years of records, it's actually quite remarkable the amount that if America cut everybody else off, the planet would collapse. It's absolutely disgusting. And here we are, we're homeless people. There shouldn't be one homeless American. Me, I make $35 an hour. I work up to 80 hours a week. There's no fucking reason I can't afford a house in the United States. It's insane. But then illegals are getting propped up on my tax dollars and 5-star hotel rooms. Somewhere along the line, we fuck things up big time. And that's what we're trying to correct. So we want to get into the nitty-gritties of tariffs. Tariffs means if you know the difference between a tariff and a tax, you could avoid a tariff by buying America or producing in America. You know, made in the USA used to be a thing. It was on everything. Now everything's made in China, and China does nothing but steal our shit, rule people. They're slaughtering Uyghur Muslims in concentration camps. They're using child slave labor to create your Nikes. That's who we're up against. Are we really going to create a defense for this shit? Or have we had enough? I'm tired of this nonsense. Like, this is a real fucking deal. We're in the mix. This is your one and only chance to change the trajectory of humankind on this planet. And to be on the side that wants to enslave children to build Nikes and rape the one open market that fuels the planet. At this point, it's illogical. I'm trying to rationalize with irrational people. And with that, I digress.
But what they did with the math, Trump's chart, even though, like I said, I agree with his overall outlook and plan for the long run. But what they did is they made up a tariff. So they would take a trade deficit with a country and divide it by the country's exports to us. So, like, I'm just looking at a country here. We have a $17 billion trade deficit with the country. That exports are 28 billion. They just divided that and came up with 64% and said that's what that country's charging a 67% tariff. But that's not a tariff. They just made math to come up with that 64%.
That's fine. Do you know what a tariff does?
Okay, but wait, you're missing the point, Bobby. The point is
I heard it 100%.
The tariffs are not what I know, but here we've been led to believe that the
You're
reason
worried about decimal points, not the principle. It's the principle, not the decimal point, is what I'm saying. Don't waste, you're so intelligent, Gutter. Don't waste your time and brain power on decimal points. It's the principle.
Yes, heaven forbid.
I agree with the principle.
We worry about the math.
But when they come up with that 64% on the math problem they created, they take that 64% and divide it by 2. So the 32 is what we're going to charge them in tariffs, the 32%. So we made up the 64% that they're tariffing us, divided it by 2.
What are the objectives of tariffs? What do they do? What do they serve? Why is tariff a thing? What is it? What does it do?
Oh, wow, that was loud. Woo.
That was fucking loud.
Mr. Gutter, you that? Let's send life alert on your ass. Yeah, what is it?
Tariff keeps it equal. In other words, tariffs are there to keep it equal and are to put advantage back in our court. And what
It's
does,
a cover charge to buy beers in our club.
that's what I'm just saying, Bobby.
Yep,
You
100%. You nailed it.
all the fucking answers. Fuck you.
I was so happy. No, I was celebrating
Don't
it.
take
You
it
nailed it
personal.
on the head.
Fuck you,
Dad,
Bob.
shut up.
Fuck.
I'll mute
Hold
my
on.
mic.
I got to go get a drink.
All right.
Get a drink, LW.
We
You're
not
gonna
make me go get a fucking drink. I'll smoke a joint. That'd be better. But what it is, it makes them play fair. Basically, that's what it's there to make.
Well, and isn't it a bargaining? It's a bargaining tool.
Exactly.
It's
Well, yeah, exactly. You know, you it's like Bruce Lee say, "You touch me, I touch you back."
well, that's why I say it's fluid. So, you know, there could be a tariff today, and it could be gone tomorrow because Trump could go. You know what? You brought your tariffs down. Well, right on. Now we're playing.
There's over 50 countries in line trying to do that right now.
Exactly.
Vietnam went with a 290% deficit to zero.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put it to you this way. The United States of America is the largest consumer market on the planet by multiples. We are the golden egg of markets.
Except for China, because they outnumber us 3-1.
Sway your dicks. If there's any time Americans are going to exercise privilege and dick wagging, it's now. Because if we don't buy your shit, your country's going under. Don't fuck with us. We've had enough because we bust our ass every day. And we're living in squalor conditions, worried about bills while we're funding climate change bullshit in Peru and fucking caterpillar transition surgery in Uganda. Are you fucking serious right now?
Dude,
well, we're not, because that's been all that shit's been halted.
I don't know about halted. It's been exposed. Doge just exposes shit. Halting stuff
bullshit.
Is a whole nother matter.
And you obviously did not listen to. You have not listened to my shorts that I've been putting out because
no,
Elon,
I haven't had time. I'm renovating my mother's
Elon
house. I'm
specifically said that they're doing it in real time. So when the shit comes up, it's gone over and it's decided right then whether it goes or stays.
Well, he's an advisor. He doesn't have the power, and he's a little excited about his role.
To the news cycle for the next
Elon, you got to remember, he's a genius in his way and completely awesome at his tasks, but gets excited. You gotta, all right, calm down with Elon. So
he's got a crack bunch of very, very intelligent people with him.
Here.
Hell yeah. And they're all business leaders. They're not just like skateboarders at MIT. These people are serious people. That's what I was
trained
impressed.
to find paper trails and stuff like that.
Yeah, they got some actual
our news cycle, I bet, is going to blow up because they saying, "Oh, we found some horrible stuff."
Okay, these are displaying 7,279 contract terminations, totaling $25 billion in savings. That's what he's done already. This ain't an advisory.
That's beautiful.
This has already been done.
So they did that. That's awesome. If that's awesome. See, I applaud that. This is what I voted for. Thank you, Elon. Thank you, Trump.
So if you look through his website,
it's about
he
fucking
talks
time,
about all that shit.
It's a beautiful thing. But people get misconstrued. They think Elon's on a warpath and has the power. He doesn't. He's an advisor. He's a discovery detective. He reports back to his DA, which is basically Trump and Bondi, and they decide whether they go after it or not.
And
that's it. Elon has no actual judicial power in any of this. He's a discovery detective. That's it. And he's damn good at his job.
I'll give you your
But it's done in real time. It's not done in government time.
No,
it's done in real time, like right now.
You will ever see the government. This is the most transparent government since George Washington, because the rest of them were the government who created it. This is insane. I don't know. All I know is this is going to be the hardest part of history in the 2060 exams. They're going to be like, explain this, and no one's going to know the answer. Jeez.
It's a new revolution. I mean,
That's right.
we're at the Popeye state. We took all we could stand. We can't stand no more. You know, they were on purposely leading us to failure. They don't want our Constitution out there because no other country has it. They don't want people being in charge of their own lives. They wanted everybody reaching for the government for the answers and for their kids' welfare. And they making us a welfare country. And they don't want to have you be proud of your America. That's why they want to keep saturating us with other people's countries coming in with their dumping their hoodlums off in here. And they're not giving us their scientists and their doctors and their physicists and stuff like that. They're giving us their rapists, their murderers, their child molesters. Okay, so I mean, it was something we had to do. They were cheating in our election. Everybody knows they were cheating in the election. Everybody knows that there might be some questions still in the 2020 election, but everybody has it's all been said. There's no way you go to bed, he's leading that much, and all of a sudden he's out. Same thing happened, with Biden. So I mean,
it's one of those things
they were trying to make America fail. It was leading down a pathway with this money we owe the world. Like Bobby's saying, $1 trillion every fucking 100 days was ridiculous. And now that Elon's out there, just showing you, well, we should have been auditing a long time ago. If you send out $500,000, you better find out where that $500,000 is going, who's spending it, who's received it, who signed off for shit. All that money they send out should have sign-offs. And that's what Elon's doing, is following the money.
Well, they purposely didn't put codes on it, and that's what they had pointed out. They said everything is supposed to have basically a PO. Like if you were to run a job and order material, you get a PO for the job. They said they negated ever filing those or keeping track of those, so there's no tracing where any of these checks went. And it's like, do you know what? And it doesn't sound like much, $10,000, $20,000 in the grand scheme of things. How would $30,000 change your life right now? Because they were just giving it away to people to go buy beach houses on beachfront property. Imagine $30,000 getting given to you when you've killed yourself to try to build the best life you can. And it's always either the system, whether it's cops and tickets, regulations, licenses, permits, taxes, gas prices. That's all controlled by the people who are getting rich off of money they steal out of your pocket. What would $30,000 do for your life right now? And that's where this is a personal endeavor for every American, but half the nation I don't think they want to acknowledge it. They want to pretend it's not happening. And it's like, well, that's where I don't entertain stupidity. Ignorance is one thing, stupidity is another. And at this point in the game, you're either retarded or you're evil. We're past ignorant. I'm sorry.
Well, I think you have to understand that, like in Euler's case, he's coming from a different side. He's in Canada.
It's not a different side. That's fine. It wasn't a rational. It wasn't an intelligent.
Quit cutting people off, Bobby.
I'm just want to make it clear that I am clearly retarded.
Me too. I'm not.
I just
stupid,
wanted to point
though.
that
There's
out
a
before we go any
difference.
further.
We're all retarded. We're just not stupid. There's a difference.
I wondered why that bottom lip was so big.
That wasn't my first dingo with fucking Oilers either. So let's be clear here. There's a history with me and Oilers. I'm not entertaining that shit.
Yeah, but see,
I know Oilers. We're actual friends. I'm not entertaining that.
It's your show. You can cut people off out of their opinions. You intolerant fucker. But this is gutter show.
It's not my fault you don't talk over me. It's not my fault you're not talking over me. I mean,
well,
you're Mr. Mugger. I bow to you. I'm not worthy. Come on, man. Come on, man.
They try. They tried.
Oh my God, dude! Fuck, you're like a goddamn mower, though. Once you get started, just chomp, chomp, chomp.
Foghorn.
I'm an Italian from New York who had a rough couple of fucking days, and I'm fed up with the nonsense. I'll put it to you this way. It's
Yeah, I hear you.
not entertaining. Once I shut up, watch how quiet it gets. I want go ahead. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday.
Is it really Tuesday?
It is Tuesday. All day.
Damn, that weed I've got is wonderful.
It's because it's Tuesday.
Yeah, I've lost days.
Mine's chicken and waffles, and oh Lord, man, let me tell you what. Chicken and waffles, who'd have thought?
Fuck yeah, with some Mrs. Buttersworth or some real blackstrap molasses.
Y'all know we're talking about syrup, right?
Syrup.
If we start talking about
Yeah.
eggs, I'm
So,
putting
I
a
don't
strike
know.
on this channel.
I can't afford syrup in New York. I don't know.
Or
Couldn't tell
eggs.
No, they're like $10 a dozen. It's not a joke.
When them people paying almost $1 a cackleberry, that's crazy. That's what we
Cackleberry.
call eggs, cackleberries.
My grandson, I found a brand that I think, okay, I have to say, so I have not been able to eat eggs for about 10 years. They just hurt my stomach. Lately, I have been able to eat them. And I said, you know what? Whatever they had juiced those chickens with before, they got rid of all them chickens. They remember they knocked them all off. So
Go Bobby K.
I got RFK. Yeah, I got RFK eggs, and dude, it has, knock on wood, it hasn't hurt my stomach yet. So I've been going crazy, and my grandson keeps finding hard-boiled eggs in the fridge, and he's just like, oh, he walks around with it forever. He just thinks it's the coolest thing. You just can't picture chicken and waffles scent. Oh my goodness, it smells like waffles.
I want chicken and waffles. I've never had legit chicken and waffles.
I've never wanted chicken and waffles.
Oh my God, because you got that crispy saltiness of the fried chicken, and then waffles, the sweet pillowy heaven of waffles, which is the same thing as pancakes, but for whatever reason the shape changes the flavor.
I feel like you're gonna fuck up my
same
waffles.
thing with mac and cheese. Mac and cheese, yo, the regular elbows don't taste like the spirals, and the spirals don't taste like the character shapes. Nope, they're all different. I don't care. I'll die on this hill. They're all different. I want Spider-Man macaroni and cheese. Ain't gonna taste like your elbows, lady. I don't care who you are.
Spider-Man. Where did that go to?
I don't know.
The macaroni tastes different. I'm just saying. It could be Spider-Man, Ninja Turtles. They don't make Ninja Turtle anything anymore. These kids nowadays are ripped off.
Did y'all catch the news where they was talking about a lot of the horrible stuff that's coming out, and it supposedly leads back up into Congress, back into Washington, kickbacks and stuff to maybe some congressmen.
Well, is that the terrible news that is supposed to be coming out, or something that they were talking about?
Both sides, they're all fucking
Look
guilty.
what Elon does. It sounds like you're getting. He told Schumer. He said, "It sounds like you're getting a piece of the action there, Schumer."
We've been calling him out. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, he actually made a public statement about it. And there's people, listen, I'm going to tell you, on the Republican side too, just as fucking guilty. They're all, fuck them all. Fuck them all.
I'm not a Republican or a Democrat.
Or a Democrat. No, I'm an American. We're Americans.
American
and
party.
We're sick of getting ripped off. That's it. All of you. Left or right, I don't give a fuck. Your big government squelching our fucking livelihoods and stealing our money. You're our enemy.
If this dumb bitch comes out and just like she did with the Epstein files, goes on Fox News the day before and says, "Ooh, I read it. Those people did some bad things."
What a fucking...
And then you can't... just like
they
this.
embarrassed themselves.
if she comes out with just stuff that we already know, like there's websites that track what these congressmen get, like how much pharmaceutical money they get, how much, and then they go vote on a bill, they get $1.2 million for their campaign. If she comes out with stuff like that, it's just going to be another full of shit.
Exactly.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Yep.
That was the whole PR thing with the binders. I'm like, oh Jesus Christ! I'm like, what the fuck?
We want to see Clinton. We want to see Clinton there. We want to see the.
Let me ask you a question.
We want to see the movie stars, the politicians that went to that outing. We want to know who his fucking clients were.
Let me ask you guys, all of you, and I will shut up for each response. I'll stay
You
quiet.
will not.
I'm gonna ask one. I swear to God, I'll ask one question. Okay.
If you do that, I'll send you some chicken and waffles.
Trump gets into office. MAGA was all release the Epstein files. He looked at the situation and realized we were about to collapse and be bankrupt as a nation, like almost immediately. There was no recovering it. So he got focused on that, and we're going Epstein files. And it's like, well, okay, well, if we're also thinking about major world leaders being in on this, okay, you got to brace for a global collapse of government structure, first of all. If you're going to handle that, what are you going to do about that? Second of all, America is about to go completely bankrupt, and we have no power amongst the world anymore. So even if you read the list of clients, what the fuck are you going to do about it? You understand what I'm saying? What are you going to do about it?
We were told we were going to get lots of information. We weren't told we were just getting the list. There was supposed to be lots of it. Same way with the JFK files. We were supposed to get these files, and it was supposed to tell us all kinds of crazy shit.
Well, it's released. It's up to you to look into it.
And it's all fucking redacted. You go ahead, try to read that shit. You get the and
I don't care about the JFK files because that was decades ago. What I care about is the current tariff war happening right now to restore the U.S. economy. That's today. I don't care about JFK. We all know the CIA killed him.
Maybe he didn't want to embarrass the country anymore while he's trying to get money from everybody else. We don't want to seem weak because we got some perverts, even though Epstein was Moab and Israeli.
You don't need to be
100%. Bro, the Epstein client list is like all the major world leaders. You're not doing all of that when you're broke. It's like the crackhead telling on all the plugs, bro. You're fucked. You can't do that. You really can't do that.
I just think when you promise people something, you should deliver on that promise. And I don't think that this is one promise they never delivered on. They all came through and said, "Oh, yep, we're going to show you all these files. We're going to lay them all out there." And then what happened?
Yeah, I'm not the fucking asshole who said they better release this and that and the other. They're the motherfuckers who went on TV and campaign trail saying this is what I'm going to do. Cash Patel said he was going to do this. And what does Cash Patel do the other day? He promotes somebody who during the J6 he wanted them all as terrorists. He wanted the moms who went down to school board meetings. He wanted them classified as domestic terrorists. So why is Cash Patel doing it? It's all full of shit. If you think you're going to get anything,
that was very,
holding your breath.
That was very straight. That Jensen guy, I believe his name is. Even BCP touched on that subject. It's like, Patel's been doing so many things. We want to pound him on the shoulder and say, good job. And then he just come in with the obvious guy who was one of the leading, people leading the J6 bullshit story and the bad stuff that happened during that time and harboring having his agents check out Catholic school kids and mothers and arresting people at their home because they had some kind of idea. I don't know. He sued the government, got his money back, but you just got to understand, for him to do that kind of thing, that's about the biggest flip flop I can imagine. That took that. What? Why would he do that? Maybe he let that guy maybe lead him somewhere else. Maybe he's a singing bird. Who knows?
Yeah, all this 10D chess bullshit. That was fucking 8 years ago. You're going into year 9 of all this stuff. You're going to like that was 2016. It's fucking 2025. If I hear somebody say
deep the battle
this
is,
you're really gonna find out.
You think 100 years of infiltration is gonna get solved in 4? They tried to kill the man. I mean,
twice.
This is kind of one of those
that's
situations.
neither here nor there. That's like saying, well, his dog died yesterday, so he can't pull it all out today. Fuck that. We
No, I don't think you realize the dynamic of the situation. 100 years. Okay.
We were promised something, and we are literally were not given.
In 4 years. In the 100 days.
I'm talking about the JFK files and the Epstein files.
You were
and
about
all this
to be
shit
homeless.
That we were supposed to get
Everyone
all
was
this
about to be
information on,
homeless.
and they give us nothing. The same way with all this
Everyone
shit
was
that they
about
found
to be
is
homeless.
shut the fuck up, Bobby, and let me talk, motherfucker, before I blip
You got
your
the
ass.
power, Gutters.
Oh, I do, and I'm
Yeah.
about ready to fucking use it. Knock it off. You're pissing me off. So the Doge. Where have they done any arrests on all this shit that they've found? Where are their arrests on that? You're telling me they found all this fucking fraud and nobody's going to be arrested?
They didn't say that.
Well, if they found it and they've already found it and
You
been
want
able
it
to make
right,
a
or
decision,
you just want
I
it-
want a fucking arrest. I want them to go, here's one right here. Here's this little son of a bitch, and he was the big culprit. That's what I want. That's what I want.
Fired up. I think that's what I got her on to last time.
Fucker.
But I'm just saying, the things that things like Epstein, P. Diddy, and all that, that's secondary. God bless them poor people that actually went through that shit. But the major thing is to keep our country as a republic. This little old experiment, the Republic of the United States, it's a big old experiment that's supposed to have failed 150 years ago anyway. But with our Constitution, that's what gives us really great guidelines on how things are going to work. When you got Fed judges trying to usurp the power of the president of the United States, they're on the last gasping try. Which, by the way, that one judge has got his ass pounded by who? Roberts, of all people. That was great. So Roberts blew him out of the water. He ain't got a right to do that. And I think any of them come in with them frivolous stays and stuff and orders to stop him as a president, they should be impeached. They should be standing up for Congress should grow some fucking huevos and impeach them some bitches and get on with it. You got to take the head off of the snake before you get the snake.
Wait a second. I got to say something here about these fucking Epstein files. Oh, who cares? Who cares? Whatever. Okay, that does have something to do with government. Why was this guy Epstein? It's as bad as the sex trafficking is. That's bad too. But why is this random guy? Do you know anybody who's ever been gifted the biggest house in Manhattan for $77 million?
Right.
And the person who gifted it to him has something to do with the Mossad. Why? Who gives anyone a 77? The blackmail of these people doing this stuff. Why were they blackmailed? To promote wars they want to get into. Yep. To promote all kind. It has a whole lot of what you're saying. Get the head off the snake. That's why.
Yeah. Well,
You ever heard of a fall guy before?
Why would
I've done a lot of jobs. I'll tell you right now, sometimes you set up a fall guy. If it all goes sour, you're the face that goes down, and we'll take care of you.
Right.
Don't worry about it.
But it does have to do with government.
There was a time in my life I was a part of the criminal underground. It's actually a system. It's not foreign to those who've been in any kind of situation where you're running an underground operation. I got something on you. You ain't gonna rat on me, or I'll give you up.
Look,
That's
why
what
we
the
got
fuck
it.
it is.
That's why I
But
stated
we'll take care of you. But if shit happens to go south,
That's the kind of
we're
shit that
gonna
needs
take
to
care
be
of you.
flushed.
I don't even think Epstein's dead, to be honest with you.
I
He's
don't
in
either.
silence.
I agree with you.
Man.
He's probably in Argentina living where Hitler did until he died.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's ridiculous. And to get into focal concerns over nonsense and specifics when it's like, yo, we were all about to be homeless. We have an open invasion. If Trump didn't win, the open invasion would have continued. They're building apartments everywhere. We would have been overran. That was an open invasion. The fact that we're not openly being invaded at the moment is a start. We could catch our breath. We'll figure everything else out as we go. You know, it's not. We're looking for. This has been since our country's founding. There's a
Yes,
part of the
but
world that
every
wanted to
minute that
take
we
it down.
set and don't deal with these people that actually were committing all these crimes, this needs to be dealt with, and literally the
Yes.
politicians.
Agreed.
If Trump's going to do what he says he's going to do, then we need to start seeing some arrests happen, and they need to happen in a big way, not little Johnny Blow that's putting the D in on the form at the Social Security office. Not him. I don't give a fuck about him. I
Here's
want the big dogs.
The question is, if Canada decided to dickwag and cut off electricity to the northern states of the U.S., you reading the list of Epstein clients would have done what to fix the current situation? What's more pressing? The fact that you know who the pedophiles are that you suspected all along, or the fact that you no longer
They're
have
people we
power to
can't
your
trust.
property? You
They're
understand what I'm
people we
saying, though?
cannot trust.
With no power, you have no power. We need to
He's
decouple from foreign countries.
He's been in for 4 months. Investigation into drug cartels and stuff take years sometimes. And you know,
they're drone striking the cartels.
And just your average murder lasts a year or two. Okay, he's been in office 4 months. He's did a
And not an arrest one.
in 2 months.
No arrest.
No, but he's killed a lot
Remember,
of
on
terrorists.
January 6th, Biden had already arrested how many? How many patriots had Biden already arrested? And we can't get how many fucking a handful of them arrested?
It's Trump. They would run dictator communist headlines wall to wall if he acted anything like Biden. Who cares?
It's not apples and oranges.
Is anyone following Trump with the MAGA movement cares, because we'll never get fucking elected again if we don't deliver real results to hit people where it really counts. Knowing who's on the Epstein list doesn't make sure you can afford a house.
That'll come out.
Of course.
They've recovered $215
gonna
billion and not one arrest.
Priorities, my girl. Priorities, darling.
Priorities. Yes, let's give them time to rake some more money out of us.
Hey, well, you know.
You think they left all the evidence and the list just sitting on a desk for Pam Bondi to walk into? You think all the congressmen that are in the House are sitting there going, oh, well, I used some of the slush fund for sexual assault hush money. I'm just going to leave all the receipts on the table for the people who are out to get me? Like, be rational about this. They're hiding everything. They're all scared. They're all corrupt. Okay.
Doge has been uncovering shit for 4 months.
I gotta
4 months and not one arrest.
Without his team.
You rebuild your mama's house and you gotta
he didn't have his team in there till 2 months. He just now got his team in there. Good investigation.
Yeah, they wouldn't.
You know, it's layers of onions, baby. It's layers of onions. You got to peel. They got that onion's got a lot of layers.
It's a
root
plant.
There's a lot
shit's
of
underground.
offshore oil rig money. A lot of secret intelligence that's been trying to, they've been trying to be a third country inside us. The CIA,
you know how many people would hang
and the FBI. You know,
but we'd have to hang them.
Shut up, Bobby! Goddamn, let somebody talk beside yourself.
Yeah, go ahead.
They actually started on the 22nd of January. Doge did. So that's when the wall of receipts start. So chop, chop, motherfuckers. Let's see some arrests.
He's showing what he's finding. Now he's got to trace it back to the people who authorize this, who's making profit. You know, why a lot of them NGOs are being showed up for having money dumped on them by certain people. Them certain people that's gonna perp walk, you watch, and the NGOs along with them. But it's gonna take. So I don't know if we'll get every little small tater. They're gonna go for the big fish, and the only big fish I think that they should fry immediately is Hillary Clinton and Obama.
I'm going to say something unpopular, but that's okay.
You're welcome. You're welcome to the Oilers.
I voted for Donald Trump. I like a lot of the things that he's doing right now, but I don't worship. I worship Jesus Christ. I certainly don't worship some billionaire from Queens or some fucking, you know, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Some dude from South Africa. You know, these aren't, I don't worship them. I've always in politics been critical of the people I vote for.
We don't worship them either. That's what the disconnect is.
No, there's not a disconnect. I say something or Gigi says something. Y'all are like, well, just be patient. You got to be patient. Okay, well, fuck. Yeah, but as far as the Doge thing, I don't know you're going to get too many arrests from that, because when Congress allocates money to USAID, as they did in the past, and Republican congressmen and Democrat congressmen vote for it, they're allowed to then go allocate the money. Now, they could be bullshit things, but that doesn't mean that anybody committed a crime, because dumbass Republicans and dumbass Democrats in the Congress allocated the money for it legally under the Constitution.
Right, but when for instance, if I go to them with my big bag of books and say, okay, I need this amount of money in our budget because we have 15 million people that are over the age of 120 that need their Social Security checks. That doesn't ring a bell for anybody. I don't give a shit if it's the dude at the top dude at Social Security office or a guy in Congress or the Senate or wherever. So in all of that, no bells went off for these people. That was a lot of money that they just kept turning over and over and over since 2008, as far as we know.
They were on the tape.
Like the one where he was old as the United States itself. So 200 years old.
But my point being is nobody caught that. There's got to be somebody that's got to be held accountable for that shit over and over and over and over. Every year they paid this person this money. They paid somebody all this money that was going where? And where was that money going? It went into somebody's bank account.
I want the name of the politicians who used our tax dollars to pay hush money for sexual assault allegations before I want the Epstein client list. Start local. Start local.
Okay.
Fuck that.
And that's the next step then that Doge needs to do. They need to release the proof of it. That's the big problem, to where people can argue back to it.
You think it's that easy. You think everything's just laid out for them. These people are guarding this because there's some allegations of treason. So to some of these people, smashing cell phones with hammers is a matter of life to them. You think they just left all this on the desk for Trump to walk in and use against them in court? You're out of your mind.
Well, Trump's not allowed to because he's the executive.
Well, and there were actually lots
of FBI. So how come Cash Patel
they admitted to lying to Trump?
How come the FBI and Pan Bondi, the Attorney General, hasn't opened up an investigation into it? It's just Elon Musk coming out. That's their jobs, and they're not doing it.
You don't know that there's not investigations into things, but if they announce shit, it becomes political, and then it turns into this big whirlwind of bullshit, and then it
disappears. Where'd the transparency go?
Hey, I think it's just like Bongino. I think it's just like Bongino said. Just because you don't see shit happening doesn't mean it isn't happening.
No,
Oh yeah, that's
not
what
at
the
all.
government has fucking told us for decades,
Well,
and
as
we
someone
ate
who
that
had
shit long
the
enough.
federal gang task force on me and my phone's tapped,
I
and
see,
because
we
I
always
was
get
part
with
of a criminal organization, I'll tell you right now how sting fucking operations happen. And you could be sitting there at a bar with someone you've had beers with over and over again, and it turns out they're a fucking fed who's been investigating you and your crew the entire time. It's insane the levels that the government will go to. I'm telling you right now, and but they gotta cross their T's and dot their I's. Otherwise, the case gets thrown out. I'm telling you,
I hate when I
I've been
agree
on
with
the receiving end of federal investigations. I'm telling you right now how it really works. I'm telling you from experience. I've had the FBI after me, tapped my phones, watched my house, my movement.
Now that you
everything.
mention FBI, they'll be doing it again.
Well,
And
I'm friends
even
with the
if they-
feds now. I retired my cut. I'm no longer a patch wearer. I'm a civilian now. So they're wasting their
I gotta
time.
get coffee.
Sure, we know, Miss Box.
Put some booze in it.
Yeah,
Yeah, put some booze in it. No
I'm gonna
balls.
get her a little Kahlua for her coffee, maybe.
A little amaretto. Mm-hmm.
Sometimes Bobby, you say things that are just so fucking off the wall. Sometimes you get clairvoyant. Even it's true what you're saying. It's the wheels of justice move slowly, and I'm telling you, when they come in with a case, if they take these bastards to court on criminal charges, you can guarantee they're going to stick.
Oh, they have to. They have to, because everyone's going to be yelling about lawfare.
Unlike a little wrist slapping, like the guy who redid that secret warrant. He got it just slapped on the wrist, got probation, didn't even do any jail time. A lawyer that secret warrant they can get, and so
The FISA warrants.
FISA warrant, thank you. And so I mean, that's where a lot of that started coming unwound for them, was over them FISA warrants. But they wanted to keep using them, and the reason they wanted to keep using them, a lot of them, is because we were actively getting information on for what's going to happen in the future in this shit.
Well, now here's another example of where we're rational. We're not in a cult, as some people would think.
Yeah.
Tulsi Gabbard voted to pass the bill that extended the authority of the FISA courts, and we all yelled that was absolute bullshit. We don't agree with everything these people are doing, but the ultimate
it makes sense
trajectory of where they're going, where it's going to hit us, where it really matters, is on point. Like I said, Trump didn't have to sell us on any of the issues. He came in and pointed out the obvious about shit we were already fed up about, and he's like, "I'll fix that."
I'm fine with both. I'm fine with both of you having that opinion that this is happening, but you can't present it to me. Hold on, you can't present it to me as factually happened, because you don't know, and neither do I. So
exactly.
you can have
depends on what you're talking about.
I respect your opinion that all these investigations and their phone tapping people and all that stuff. That's fucking
I
great.
don't believe it till I see arrest.
That you have
no,
that
I
opinion,
want to see it.
but
I
you don't know
see
that.
Arrest.
You don't know that at all.
100%. Until I see arrest, I'm not sold on
we
it.
agree. We all want to see arrest and perp walk.
Yeah, 100%. But where my bottom line is right now is the monetary thing. Because if I can't afford a life, I don't give a shit about all this extracurricular bullshit that doesn't directly affect my living situation. So the money thing is first and foremost. You know what I mean? And I'm already hearing all the companies and investors that I'm talking to looking to expand, and they were looking to liquidate under Biden. If Kamala won, I work for the FAA. I run contracts for the federal government. I sit amongst people at tables that are these people who make the news with their sways and investments. So I hear what they're saying, you know.
Did you see the FAA?
Yeah, and I called one of the representatives to the FAA a fucking retard, because he was arguing with me about the type of system we were installing, and I kind of went off. And I said, first of all, motherfucker, these are my tax dollars you're using, and you don't need that. Second of all, this is insane, and you should be more worried about your planes falling out of the fucking sky all over the country, instead of the type of system I'm installing here. I have not been invited back to a meeting since. I'm telling you right now, this is my life. It's insane. These people have such entitlement. I went off on them, and I no longer have to go to meetings. It's beautiful, and everything's been going smooth since I tore their ass up. I'm buying those horn strobes, not you.
But I hear where you're coming from, LW. I think everybody really wants the perp walks and the arrest, the
Yes,
handcuffs, the
100%.
Me personally, I want to see Schiff hit the end of the rope, Hillary hit the end of the rope, Obama hit the end of the rope. Any Republicans or anybody that's done anything in a treasonous way or a pedophilic way, these are evil people. They just seen they'll just soon watch a nuclear bomb drop on you if it gives them advantage somewhere else. They don't care about you, or they'll drive an airplane into a big tall building. So that's the kind of people we're fighting. So I don't know, or blow it up and make it act like it plane dropped it. You know what I mean? Right. Both them buildings were that was demolition.
Allegedly.
Also, these lifelong politicians. These lifelong politicians, I don't give a shit if they've been great the whole time, whatever. They need to go. We don't
They've
need
been in here
somebody.
the whole time the country collapsed. They haven't done a good job.
Yeah. No, we're done. We're done.
Amen, sister.
Funding your career.
Well, you mentioned the planes falling out of the sky. This is what we currently live in, and we have been for a long time. And y'all, you know this, an oligarchy. It's when corporations and the government come together.
100%.
Boeing, they had 2 whistleblowers a few years ago who came out and produced evidence that they were if they found something wrong in production of a line of planes, they just cut the cost and said, it's not that big a deal.
Are they dead now?
Yeah, both of them are dead.
Yeah, wild how that works, right?
So until you get the corporations and government out of bed together, we'll be talking about this shit a decade from now.
Yo, the left went from walk on Wall Street to march for Wall Street. They have no consistent convictions. The whole time we're just yelling, yo, we're getting overtaken by some tyrannical force that's dictating how we live and stealing all our money to live the way we want to. The unifying factor is getting out of a tyrannical system that's rigged against us. It's not left or right. It's not Democrat or Republican. It's we the people versus the machine that thinks they're our parent. And that's the unifying factor. I don't give a fuck about your race, your religion, your creed. Do you want to be free, or do you want to be taken care of by some dictator? Because that's not America. America is not for the weak and the lazy. You want freedom, you're going to work for it.
Yeah, I mean, during if I were to wear my tinfoil hat for a couple of seconds, during 2020 and 2021,
they've come a long way since then.
But America created the most billionaires in history during the C word.
Oh, the big transfer of wealth.
The biggest transfer of wealth in the history of the country. So when the stock market crashes a little bit, if I was to just my tinfoil hat is that all the billionaires and tech nerds and all that stuff crashed shit on purpose, sold it off to see how bad they could freak out voters and but they got met with in response to most of Americans are like, fuck the billionaires. Who cares if they lose $20 million today or 500? So it'll pick back up, I'm sure. But I think they played a little game with it too.
It wouldn't be the first time in history that the stock market reacted to global economics. It's also hovering around the 36 to 39,000 mark. Before Trump's first term, the S&P 500 was at 19,000. Before Trump's first term, the NASDAQ was at like 1,900. Now NASDAQ's hovering around $5,000, and now you're talking about almost $40,000. And that was his first term. He kind of knows what he's doing when it comes to business. America's a corporation.
They
I
had
lost my entire life savings through COVID because I was deemed not an essential worker and I refused to get the jab. So I had worked and scraped and saved to the point where I had my own house. I had 6 digits in the bank account. I wouldn't look at price tags. I didn't finance cars. I just bought them. And then one day they said, the world shut down. You're not allowed to work. And for 2.5 years, because I wouldn't take a fucking shot, I had to live off my savings with my bills. My bills I had built a life of budget when I was making money like a motherfucker. I lost everything. I will never forgive these motherfuckers for what they did. And I've still never taken a jab and I'm not dead. So,
well, you know, getting off
that's evil.
that subject, when you getting back on the way things can affect stuff, just the rumor that he was going to set back the tariffs for 90 days did an uptick, and then as soon as they found out it wasn't, it did a downtick. You know, and they all panicked. But if you look at the rise of the Wall Street and the fall of Wall Street, the ups and the downs, it's nothing really unusual, you know, but it just goes to show you how much the media influences the global effect of, you know, economies and stuff. So,
well, it goes back to,
you don't lose anything if you don't sell, you know.
We already know, like, the media, the liberal, and those people, we know how they play their game, right? So just talking shit about them is kind of like, you know,
it's old.
It's all beating a dead horse.
Cares.
Because
yeah,
we know
I don't
they're
even want to
up.
give them credence no more. Nobody
That's
cares
probably
what
the most
these people
intelligent
think.
thing said right in a while.
Now
but my point is, we also have to recognize some of these people in the conservative space. There's this one guy who's pretty popular. There's video of him circle, and it makes him look like an asshole on the right. When the economy, when the stock market dipped in the middle of Biden's administration, he was all over fucking Twitter and YouTube saying, "Get out! Why aren't they out there right now addressing this? They're crashing the economy." And then the other day,
that
when
was
it
on
happens,
purpose through policy, though. That was different. 100% different. This was a short.
Tariffs are a policy. Tariffs are a policy.
They're a policy, but they're an avoidable tax. That's an enforcement of regulation and trade guidelines. The printing of money and inflating the economy and crashing the market was complete devastation for absolutely no reason. These are apples to oranges.
It's not really, because the numbers they came
100%.
Because the numbers the administration came up with don't exist. So that's part of the problem. The numbers they came up with don't exist.
This way, every flow chart ever given, the only tying factor was the policy that caused any of the downtrends, and that's undeniable. You could look that up for yourself. I'm not going to do your homework for you. If you want,
I'm not going to do your homework for you. I'll buy you a calculator, though. I'll teach you how to do the math problem.
If you're gonna bring an argument to the table, you should have done the deep dive, because that was through policy. Tariffs are not policy. Tariffs are a trade negotiation mechanism to make sure that when you open your market, I open my market. Why am I going to pay $15 for a beer at your fucking bar when you only pay $5 at mine? Especially when my bar is the hottest bar to be selling your product at. Without selling at my bar, you're out of business, and you've been ripping us off forever. There's a very big difference between that and overinflating and hyperinflating the money and costing the purchase power of your citizens' dollar. There's a very big difference.
Can I say two things?
Look at inflations. Yes.
Can I say two things?
Course.
Okay.
Of course.
The first thing, to finish my point, was that same conservative guy who flipped out in the middle of Biden's administration went on Twitter and YouTube the other day telling everybody to quit bitching about the stock market going down, because if you lose a little bit of money on your retirement, it builds character.
That's bullshit. Okay,
so that's what I'm saying about the hypocrisy on both sides.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
But too, it does.
Fair.
Just like you said, it does affect the markets when somebody is saying we are going to do tariffs based on a number that they are tariffing us that doesn't really exist. The stock market is projection of what they see happening in the future. So when you make up a fake number on tariffs of goods coming in and out of the country, of course that's going to affect the stock market.
I want to say hi to Traveling Fools. What's up?
Thank you.
Traveling
What's
TF's
up,
here.
fool?
What's up, TF?
Get your butt up here.
Bobby Bag of Donuts going on rants, pissing everybody off.
Bag of Donuts. First time he's ever claimed it.
Oh
Yeah,
no, he's
this
claimed
your
it
one and
before.
You
I've
heard
heard.
he's claimed it.
No,
He is now
no.
officially.
I claim it with a smile
Bag of
tonight.
Donuts.
Well, it's been so long. I've been so fucking busy, but you'll be proud of me. I swear to God, I promise you'll be proud of me. I'm taking care of mamas. But
Good job, brother.
I'm getting ready to sign off. But with the whole thing, it's basically American citizens are pissed off at their government, who's been nothing but a terror cell around the entire planet, the biggest money laundering racket around the entire planet. We the people are pissed off, and we're just as mad at all of them as the rest of the world is. And well, apparently half of America is fucking retarded, and we can't defend that. We want to put them in padded rooms. I can't. I'm sorry. I apologize on the behalf of irrational Marxist communists who want to control every aspect of your life. That's not the will of the people here. I'll tell you that much. And that's why we kept our guns. So that boating accident, that was a wild day.
Fucking a boating.
I love all you motherfuckers.
A lot
God
of boats
bless.
took it on the chin. I just want to also recognize Marvin for taking one for the team again today.
I win.
Guy. I win.
I win.
I'll catch you all later. I love
I
all
can
you.
always
Thank
tell
you
when
for
I
letting
win
me
because
ring.
when I say something that people don't like, they change
Bye,
the
Bob.
subject. So
No,
when are we
I
going to
gotta
talk about
sign
the
off.
scrambled eggs? Who likes fried eggs? Who likes dip eggs?
Who likes dip eggs? Over
Well,
easy.
do you,
Big
Dolan,
on
do
the
we
chat.
want
Ring
to,
the bell
you
for
want to
ding, ding,
revisit
ding.
the point?
LW1. Da, 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 da.
Which I will retort. I will.
It's all right,
I
Bobby.
will
I
retort
already
to a
claimed
point.
victory. I already claimed victory.
He already claimed
That's what I
victory.
figured.
I have
That's what I'm
claimed
saying.
victory, man.
I'm already walking back to the locker room with
It's
my
midnight.
He's
championship belt on my
already
shoulder.
he's already walking around in his Fruit of the Looms going da 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 da.
I concede this one to you, and I look at the time. It's midnight. Don't y'all have work in the morning? Fuck
I'm
wrong
just
with
fucking
you.
with you. I'm fucking with you.
I love you guys.
Retired. Ha ha.
I love all you guys. Hey, God bless you. God bless Gutter. Thank you all for being here.
Good night, Bobs.
Take care
I'll
of you.
catch you later. Love you guys.
Love you, Bobs. Have a good night.
Later, Bobby. Just fucking with you, man. Just fucking with you. All right.
God, I love arguing with that motherfucker. He's
Let's
funny.
talk about the weather.
Let's talk about sex, baby.
Talk about the
Let's
weather.
talk about you.
No, that's boring. I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay, well, let's talk about that.
Send her pictures. She man's pics. It ain't true.
Well, that might not be appropriate, but Flatty said she likes her eggs fried, sunny side up.
Who?
So there you have it.
I like mine blindfolded.
It's the only way to have them.
And Big Dog Ma said, and not green ham.
I'll pass on green ham myself. Ugh.
Yeah.
If you know what green means with a ham, ugh.
When my kids were little, in preschool, every one of them, when I don't know, I think it was like they would celebrate Dr. Seuss books, or I don't remember what it was. Anyways, they would do green eggs and ham, and I'm telling you what, it was the grossest thing to see those eggs green. Ugh, just about gagging. The teachers would always be like, "Oh, here's some for Mom." I'd be like, "Oh, that's okay. I'm good." Just green eggs about gagged me. The ham I didn't care much about, but the eggs green, get
Green
to it.
beer.
Yeah.
I wasn't a fan. Poop green, pea green forever, you know.
Yeah.
But no, I wouldn't. I'd always just drink car bombs on St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, Flatty said it's 5 a.m. her time. What time is it your time? It's 9 p.m. here.
It is 10 p.m. here, 10:09. I think it was.
And we're on the 8th of April. Are you on the 9th of April, Flatty, or are you? Like, yeah, you'd be on the 9th of April, right?
You're from the future, Platty.
She's from the future.
In the year 2000.
What about you, LW? You're the same thing? Are you the same time zone as Mr. Duggar?
No, he's an hour before me.
Oh. Oh, that's right. He's Mountain Time. You're Central, right?
He's Central. I'm Mountain.
Oh.
I live on a mountain.
You live. Well,
they got hills in Texas. They ain't no mountains.
Yeah. It's actually that slice, I believe, isn't it, that makes it the Mountain Time?
We Rocky Mountain High up here. You know what I mean?
Yep. Boise also has Mountain Time. Boise, Idaho.
Really?
Yep.
Cool. Welcome to the real world.
Yes. Where is Mr. Fools at? Is he think he's just going to do like trivia questions all night? I waited and started at 7 o'clock my time. Basically for his benefit, actually for a lot of people's benefit, because I felt like they were out doing stuff. It's 5 o'clock. It's,
Oh, 7 o'clock your time is like what? 11 o'clock. Fool's
10
time.
o'clock his time.
Yeah, he's 3 hours different.
Yeah.
He's 3 hours from me. He's 3 hours different from me, I believe. No, he's not on the East Coast. He's okay.
Yeah, he's 2 hours.
Yeah.
You're an hour ahead of me.
Yes.
LW's 2 hours ahead of me.
We're all ahead of you, bro.
3 hours. Y'all wish you were ahead of me.
We way ahead of you.
Send honey.
All right,
Hi,
we quitting?
sweetheart. No, we ain't quitting.
No, I thought we were giving our. Usually, when people start giving what time it is where they are, I figured it's about time to quit.
No, it's not. No, and Fools said it's real. It's called real time. Yes, my time is the real time. Thank you, Fools, for clarifying that. My time, Pacific Standard Time, is the real time. I'm so glad you clarified that, Fools. And if you'd have been up here, you could have actually said it yourself. I wouldn't have had to re-clarify it for you.
Listen, Linda. You were not in the right time zone when Monday Night Football starts at 5 p.m.
There's always the funniest shit when he says, "Hey, Linda."
Linda, listen.
That is funny as fuck. But there's strange stuff happening in the world, and we're just all squirrels trying to get a nut. So I don't know. I think they don't want a mass attack of mad squirrels on them. So I'm hopefully, you can pray for the great outcome and accountability, and are you, what are you doing? You can take that kind of thing, try to pay attention. If you can't do anything but pay attention and try to figure it all out, because who do you know who's telling you the truth? I don't agree with a lot of things on the right. I don't agree with anything on the left. So I mean, I'm just stuck in the middle with you. You know what I mean? So clowns to the left, those jokers to the right. Here I am. So
I'm the same place, Mr. Duggar, and that's my point too. Like, I can agree with Trump on most things, and Doge and what's that?
Yep.
But I'm still gonna fucking roast them when this is what, like when they said they found something that they said was 8 billion with a B, wasteful spending. Then they fired people based on that. Then they found out that they read the spreadsheet wrong and they had to rehire those people back. I'm sorry, if they do that, I'm going to laugh at it and make fun of them.
Right. I mean, come on.
That's healthy, LW.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. They're not holier than thou. They're not.
Yes.
They're not right. They're not righteous people.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean that they should be, put at the stake or anything like that. It just means we're going to give them shit. And no, you don't.
That's the American way, isn't it? If I can't give you shit to hold you accountable to your shit, it's like George Carlin. That word "shit" it's used amazingly. Sometimes you got to build a place to keep your shit. And we have a country full of shit that nobody else wants, and everybody wants our shit. So I don't know what say, but like I just said, I'm stuck in the middle here, and I wish for a great outcome. I have a backup plan. His name is Jesus. A lot of people think that's a farce, but it's not. I know, and if you know Jesus, you know so too. So, but I do have that human want. You're supposed to forgive people their trespasses. How do you forget it? I'm gonna have to learn how to forgive people who want to take us to war, who've been taking our treasures from us, who's held us nearly as slaves, who played us for suckers. I hate that.
Well, and it doesn't necessarily mean that we want a vengeance, but it may very well mean that we want accountability for this shit. So I think there's a difference between wanting vengeance and revenge and wanting accountability for the wrongs. And so I think that's where we're at now, where they need to be held accountable. And yes, that is my go fuck yourself cup. My traveling fool's cup. I will show you. See that?
I patent the go in that saying.
That's right.
He thinks he might have said it before me around him, but I've said it all my life. So, but
That's
I'll
right.
give his clerical enunciation of that statement. He can go find a place to hide and make yourself. That's probably my favorite saying in the world. Either get with the program. You don't like us, go away. You love us, stay and play.
LW, I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking knock you out. You hear LW?
I'm texting fools right now to come up here and chastise you for that fucking bag of chips or whatever.
I don't have a bag of chips. That had to have been Duggar's then. It wasn't me.
You did it on purpose. I saw your face.
I didn't do it. I laughed as soon as I heard it. I thought it was you. Yes, it was that. That was Mr. Duggar. See?
Well, fuck. It's a lot more fun yelling at you than Mr. Duggar.
With me.
Wasn't me.
You're not trying to blame me, Gutters. He's in there twisting, and it's me, man. That's of all the low things.
I'm sorry. I need an ice cube tray to go with that cup, right? Right? That'd be cool. An ice cube tray with the flipping y'all. That'd be good.
Hey, watch it, lady.
That'd be good. Oh, sorry.
LW,
Wasn't meaning to.
She hurt my little feelings.
He doesn't have feelings.
He does have feelings. See, that hurt his little feelings too. You're saying he didn't have feelings.
He does not.
Why are you so mean?
I have feelings when I'm not on YouTube. When I join YouTube, my heart turns black.
He goes numb. He just goes numb. Anyone heard or seen from Joey? Yes, but he comes incognito. So if you see a dude named Frank, that's Joey.
Really? Well, I wonder why he's doing that.
I don't know. He was trying to come in as cognito, but we ain't having that.
Basically, if he ever opens his mouth, we got him.
Yes. So he just chats and chats.
What up, fools? You ain't coming up here or what?
Right, fools? I know what he's doing. He's playing with himself. I mean, trivia with himself. And that's what he's doing. That's why he's not coming up here. Give me a minute. See?
He's probably waiting until the buzz kicks in because I can't. The other day on my show, what did he say? He just piped in and he was like, well, I'm just going to keep playing videos until this gets interesting.
Yes.
He's probably just waiting until his buzz kicks in so he can handle this.
You're right. He has to get drunk enough to deal with us. That's pretty bad. I'm sorry we're so hard to deal with, but
What a goon.
What a goon. Peer pressure. Yes. Keep teasing. I'm working.
A long time, man. I used to call my brother a goon. You big goon looking bitch. My brother did it, big old man. And that's what they call the goons on Popeye was goons, And I tried, that was my pet name for him. He did not like it. So I didn't say it too often because he could open any jar. You know what I mean? Like that, he just twist you up. So I didn't fuck with him too much. Hey, I ain't going. I'm not gonna steal Cameron if y'all not gonna steal Cameron.
I almost got into a fight at a Best Buy calling a guy a goon. I was at the cash register checking out, and this guy behind me waiting to check. He stands like fucking 2 feet behind me over my shoulder, and he's looking at me with the credit card thing. And I feel the guy. And I turn around. And I was like, "You want my social security number too, you fucking goon?" Said, "What'd you fucking call me?" Said, "A goon. Back up, bitch." I mean, he was right over my left shoulder, like looking at the keypad on the credit card thing.
Yeah, that would have.
You might have had one of them little slide things just touch your back of your wallet and get all your info.
A few weeks ago, I was in the produce department. This has happened before with this same guy, and I went to grab some grapes, and he wasn't working with the grapes, but he was working whatever was beside there, like raspberries or something. Anyways, he kind of reached exactly where I was at. He knew I was going there. I almost didn't understand why he reached over into the grape area. Anyways, I reached basically super close to him to get my grapes, and he was all kinds of pissed off. He's like, "You always do that to me." I'm like, "Well, move."
Really? He said that to you? Where's your man, motherfucker?
Exactly. That's why I said, "Well, move," because I was just highly annoyed. But he's like one of these guys that he has an issue with people being too close to him. Like, I don't want you to necessarily be in my space, but if somebody's trying to get by and they step next to me to let somebody get by, I'm not going to give them, I'm not going to mean mug them. I mean, okay, there was a reason that they got that close. So, but man, this guy, he just can't handle it. He's some weird fruitcake. He's got, like eyeshadow on his eyes and all kinds of weird shit.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One of them, you like to pop in the snot box kind of guy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I would definitely, if I could just throw him up onto the vegetables just to watch him roll off with them, I would do it.
What would you do with me in the vegetables?
I'm not sure that I could throw you into the vegetables. I'll say that. You'd probably be throwing me into the vegetables.
I would.
It's hard for me to buy shit from the groceries. Have you seen people?
I know.
Who take like they'll look at the fucking apples or peaches or whatever, and they'll put it up to their face and smell it with their nose.
Yeah.
And then they put it back.
And then you watch them later when they're scratching their ass as they're walking down the, cookie aisle. I'm like,
taking those bunnies away. That's why I live with packaged shit.
So when I come in, the first thing I do is all my fruit and stuff goes into a container that gets washed immediately. Everything, all my fruit and vegetables, like anything, unless it can't. Like potatoes are one that really bothers me because they can't. But I do it when I scrub them. Let me tell you what, I scrub them. But I can't get.
You better wash them cans before you open them too. You never know what kind of.
I always wipe them off and everything. Yeah, I use usually bleach water and wipe all the cans and stuff off. But my biggest one is now, I used to watch my little Oriental neighbor do it, and I think, you crazy little woman, what are you doing? This was during COVID.
She called them Oriental.
Oriental. Well, that's what they were.
I wish I had that sound like.
Tokyo or what, man?
Shut up, fool. Anyways.
One of them Orientals.
One of them Oriental peoples.
Man.
Anyways, she always washed all of her stuff. And she literally wouldn't take it in her house until she washed everything off. And I thought, man, you crazy. And I mean, I've always washed my vegetables and my fruit and stuff, but I mean, she washed everything. It didn't matter what it was. It got washed before it entered her house. And now I see why. Now I see why she did that.
Japanese woman, man. Shit, come on. Or Latino.
Fools is. He is. Well, right now he's probably laughing, dying laughing, and telling Mrs. Fools what I just said. That's what I would guess.
Now she's bringing Mrs. Fools in on LW. Can you believe the chassis on this woman?
I'm telling you, that's what he did. He just went and told her, do you know what she just called you? She called you Oriental.
She's Asian.
Gutters would go to South America and be like, look at all these Mexicans.
Right. Be in El Salvador. Man, them some short Mexicans.
I do get in trouble a lot with the Mexicans. Oh, you're Mexicans? No, I'm El Salvadorian.
Oh,
I'm Honduras. I'm Honduran. I'm whatever.
Man, I live in Texas, so let me tell you something. The most racist people I've ever encountered are Asian people and Spanish people, by far. By far.
Well, they probably have good reason.
They have a Mexican and an El Salvadorian. Ooh, do they hate each other? Boy.
Yes, they do. Yep. And they do not like it if you mistake it one for the other.
The Japanese and Koreans. Ooh.
Oh, North Korean and South Korean. I bet would be a. Yeah, like I'm supposed to know. It's. I don't know. Man.
They have like a class tier how they rate each other.
Yes.
It just depends on how you ask them, you know.
I've had them all lived beside me. So, like, and they've been from, what's trippy is they were from, like, half of the family was Mexican and half of the family was Honduran. And so, if you called one the wrong name, they would correct you immediately. Like, if we said, oh, you went to Honduras? No. I went to Mexico. Oh, sorry. I had no idea. Sorry. And then the same vice versa. I mean, they very touchy about that shit.
They all say orderly, though. Orderly. I don't know, man.
If he calls for our plane use, he's only getting them, let's see, 1, 2, 3. 3 out, and they better not plan on bringing anything extra.
Well, what else we got going on in politics?
Let's see. What else did I see? Well, Pam Bondine's on her kick with the whole deal with the illegals and getting them out. And then today there was, well, first of all, was it today he did the thing with howdy.
Ron, what's up?
I've been porn bombed.
Oh no.
Today he was talking about who was the baseball team that
The Astros. The Cubs.
the Astros.
The Yankees. What are you talking
I
about?
don't fucking know. I don't know. They went to the White House though. You hear feedback too, Flatty? Do I have to go and come back and let these boys run this for a second?
That was the Dodgers.
Dodgers. That's who it was. Thank you. Okay, I have to go and come back because Fools is going to yell at me for my shitty audio that Flatty's just telling me about.
Maybe it's me.
No, I think it's me.
You sound fine to me.
Well, I know, but that's not the point. My audio's fucked up. Just a minute.
Give her some shit while you can, yo.
Why don't we ask the audio guru over here, P-Bomb?
Yeah, what's up? No, I could hear it before too. I think it is you actually, LW.
Really? Okay, cool. I'll leave too.
But you got to come back.
No, I'm done. Good night.
No.
Hey, It's the Doug and Traveling Pool Show. How y'all doing out there, boys and girls, children of all ages?
I don't know. Let's just take over and start telling offensive jokes now.
What do you call the place now?
Right. So, actually, I think it's your audio, Doug.
No.
It wasn't.
I'm fine.
I don't know.
I was eating a cookie.
Well, my audio, it sounds better, right? Or do we still hear it? I kind of still hear it.
No, it's still yours. I heard kind of like a double feed on you just now.
Okay, let me see here.
I have no idea who it is. I know it's not me because I heard it before I came up. Anyway, that was interesting earlier.
About what?
No, listening to the show, listening to Bobby and everybody talking.
Did you hear him finally claim Bobby Bag of Donuts?
Oh, yeah, I've heard him say it before. He finally, remember he used to get mad at me when I would say that.
Mm-hmm. You know, Bobby is a kind of smart guy. He just got that Brock shit, you know.
Oh, yeah. He doesn't like to be wrong. But,
yeah, I can respect that.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know what it's like because I'm always right, but you know.
Yeah, exactly. He like reminds me of the guy that sat out there in the sun chair by the construction site, and he'd be just there to get a paycheck.
I'd like to be that guy.
Yeah, that's a cool job. I kind of had one like that one time.
I always have to work, man.
Till I went in sales, I worked my ass off.
Yeah, let's see. I was looking at the chat. What's up, everybody out there in chat? Good to see you. Who we got? Mav. We got Crispy Treat. What's up, Crispy? Flatty in there. Wanda E. Big Dog Ma. Good to see all you guys. What's up, Gutters?
Okay, is it better?
Yeah.
No, yours is fine. It's good.
Okay. All right. Now you can come back, LW. I'm here to pop you up here. There he is. There. How's that?
It's good.
That's the one.
He's doing that on purpose.
Right.
Fucker.
Who? Me?
Ooh, me.
I just restarted my shit. What are you talking about? I'm really testing it.
No, it's good.
Okay, good. All right.
$1 million.
Hello, Crispy. They're screwing with you. You sound fine, and you always have sounded fine. Oh, thank you, Crispy. Damn it. Oh, but Flatty said that she heard some feedback. I still kind of hear some, and I think it is me.
No, it's not you.
It's not? Okay. Okay, fine. If Fool said it ain't me, then it ain't me.
Golly, man. Like, he's got the last word with you, huh?
All right. Great ending to the show. Everybody dips out every 5 seconds to pick
Hey,
somebody.
we can talk about the Astros right quick.
Oh.
Did we get our ass beat tonight or what?
The two players that left our team were number 1 and number 2 in hitting.
Yeah. Bregman for Boston. Tucker for the Cubs.
Yep.
Well, they just want, they don't want to punt, even though they're the 5th highest paying out team, who wants to pay $600 million? That's a lot of fucking money, dude. And, they still put up a presentable team, and they don't have that, extra $38 million a year going out, They getting paid in futures now, that's pretty cool. Like the Soto, he'll be getting paychecks way after he retires.
All I know is we're better than the Braves. So that's all that really matters.
Way better than the Braves.
Hey, we won earlier. The Braves won.
We still have a better record though. Maybe.
Oh yeah.
I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't either. We won. We've won 2 games so far. So
sweet. We won 4.
Gutters hasn't got a team.
No.
She's teamless.
It used to be the Yankees, and then somebody's Discord's on. I hear it.
that's what it is. Somebody has something else open. I don't know what it is, but
I do have Discord open.
You have Discord open, Duggar?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't have anything open.
I don't use Discord. I'm not a nerd.
I'm gonna reboot just in case.
All right. We'll see. We'll see. You're the last one. We'll see if that works. Oh. Wow.
Testes. 1, 2, 3.
Testes. LW, where'd you go?
I'm right here. Test 1, 2, 3.
Test 1, 2, 3. Yep.
1, 2, 3.
Mr. Dugga didn't pop down yet, but I don't hear him anymore. It's kind of weird.
Yeah. Anyway, LW, you were making some good points earlier from what I could hear, but now that was definitely interesting.
Yeah.
I declared victory at the end, so I'm just, it doesn't really matter what you think. I won. So them's the breaks.
Them's the rules.
How about them donuts?
Yeah. Do you like apples, sir?
Here's a bushel.
No, I'm just being a dick.
What happened to Oilers? He just left.
Yeah, he couldn't get a word in edgewise, so he just said fuck it. I wished he'd have came back and stood up and done it. But
Traveling Fools is a lot like me, or maybe he's not, and he can correct me. But when I say things, I just want to make sure that I'm correct about it. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't want to spew a bunch of shit that's not true and seem like a dumbass, because when I do have something to say, people won't believe me because I was a fucking liar about the other thing. You know what I mean? Right. That's just my point.
Well, there's some of these people that go on these channels and they just spread fake news all the time. I've known a few people like that.
I think he's talking about me. Just gonna come out there and say, make him say uncle.
Gutters.
Yeah. It's like the thing about I was saying about the numbers. I had a argument with somebody, and people say real life because I don't know, this is real life, but in my personal life outside of YouTube. And they did the same thing. They were like, prove your work. What are you talking about? I'm like, it was presented to us like the math was. I didn't create it. Somebody else did.
Which map?
How they came up with the tariffs.
Math.
Oh, I thought you said map. I was going to say.
No, math.
Oh, okay.
So, and that's the thing is, I think I do want to hear that part, but I want to see the numbers, like what you're talking about. And I know what you're going to say. Well, then go fucking look, get your own goddamn calculator.
No, what I was saying, Gutters, is that Trump and the administration presented the numbers and how they came up with the math. I didn't create the math.
I know.
I didn't find the math anyway. They presented to the people of America, here's the math we're using. And everybody said, your math isn't correct because they have calculators. I mean, it's correct. The problem they created is correct, but their spin on their numbers is incorrect. It's just the way it is. You have to take the L. I mean,
right.
Yes, sometimes people mess up, and sometimes you got to take the L, and you don't necessarily have to always, just because you agree with the majority of something somebody doesn't mean you have to agree with the dumb things that they do as well, because everybody's going to do dumb things and everybody's going to do good things.
Well, the other thing is so there's a lot of ways, for some reason over the years, they've come up with a lot of ways to say the same number or the same, whatever it is that, or
It's like the unemployment rate. You know, when
Right.
you're only allowed to claim unemployment, I don't know. I've never, I got 3 unemployment checks in my life, and that was during COVID. But like, okay, you can, I don't know what the number is, but say it's 10 weeks that you're allowed to claim unemployment for. And that's what they base the unemployment rate off of, is how many people are claiming unemployment. That's what they base the rate off of. Well, if after 10 weeks you're not allowed to claim unemployment anymore, it doesn't necessarily mean you got a job. It means you can't claim unemployment anymore. So you fall off the unemployment. So therefore, they don't count you as an unemployment statistic anymore. It's the same as that. Like, oh, unemployment's down. No, everybody just ran out of this shit and they still ain't gone back to work. I don't know where they're getting money from now. They're just getting other government subsidies from something else. You know, you're not on unemployment anymore because you're not eligible for it. That doesn't mean you went back to work.
Right.
Well, and in all reality, LW makes a perfect point about regarding the math, like how they came up with their own math. I've worked for corporations that do this shit. I'll never forget the last corporation I worked for, actually, and they said to me, you have to mark everything up 150%. So I marked everything. No, they said you have to mark everything up 250%. I said, wow, that seems like a lot. Okay. So I marked everything up to what they had said. And then within like a couple months, they're like, damn, you're rocking it, girl. You bringing in all kinds. We've never had this kind of product sold out of, the nursing home before. And so then I went to one of their meetings and they were saying 150%. And I was like, what do you mean? You said 250%. And they're like, well, it's 250% in our world, but it's 150% out in the real world. What in the hell are you talking about? They literally wanted you to do 2 different kinds of math because of their system. And so they wanted you, and that is how they wanted you to do it. Even though the numbers were going to come out 100% less, they wanted you to do the math that way. I went, you've got to be kidding me.
Them gutters out there charging $9 for aspirin to these 90-year-old women. Damn gutters.
Well, trust me, I made it back in full to all those people. I made sure they knew, hey, there was some overcharging and here's all your money back, probably plus some. So,
well, the problem is with ego, right? And that's part of the problem. Let's just say, as much as all of us like Trump, we say that he does have a healthy ego. Yes, maybe.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, he has a healthy ego, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So,
very healthy.
They were passing around these numbers saying Trump did it himself with a microphone, saying Canada's charging us 270% for this, 270. He fucked up. He didn't really look into it.
Exactly.
Those numbers only are applied if they go over the quota, which they never go over the quota. So Benny Johnson, all these people started passing around this stuff, and it just got flooded on the internet that Canada's charging us 270%. So instead of admitting their mistake at that point, which they could have backtracked and done it, then they created this new math. Well, our math shows if you take the trade deficit and times it by the good or divide it by the goods, 64% for this country is what they're charging us with tariff. But it's on paper. You can look at like all these countries. I worked for freight companies for the last 20 years. I know how this trade works. Everybody can look up the fucking tariffs. Nobody was charging us these amount of tariffs. That doesn't mean that I disagree with his outlook and his goal for the country.
Mm-hmm.
But he doubled down on a mistake that he made and made up these fake numbers. Indonesia does not charge us 64% on tariff. And anybody who argues with me, go on the internet and you prove me wrong.
Yeah, and trust me, I went and looked because I've been ready to fucking dog LW, and I even did dog him on a lot of shit. And of course, the whole time I'm dogging him, I'm looking over. I'm side-eyeing my own Google here and looking at shit going, oh, fuck, he's right. Oh, fuck, he's right. So, yeah, There was a lot
You
of
know,
that.
Gutter is Google educated.
I am Google educated.
So that's the only problem is they double down and they get, probably the best way would just say, listen, I want to bring manufacturing back. And what he's done has done positive things. And like, I got to include that too. Like Apple coming to Texas, that's going to help us in Texas.
Over $1 trillion invested.
Rolls Royce is going to move some plants back to America. Those are good things just by doing this trade war. So I'm all for that. My only point is I want to stop people from going out and saying Canada. I don't want my friends or anybody that I know to look like idiots and go out there and say Canada's charging 270% tariffs on fucking eggs. That's all my point is.
Yep, I totally get it. And I don't want to be the one that sends out misinformation. I just assume that, what I'm sending out, people aren't going to go, well, I looked that up. She's so full of shit. So.
Right. It's important that facts are correct and that you're actually stating things that are real. And it does no good to spread fake news. It doesn't do any good on anybody. Like, there's good things and there's bad things. I mean, I don't agree with everything Trump does, and I didn't disagree with everything Biden did. You know what I mean? There's certain things. I've said it a million times. If you agree or disagree 100%, then you are in a cult.
Mm-hmm. Well, and you refuse to free think anything. You're just going off of what somebody else says. You're not actually thinking for yourselves. If you are only going to think one way, if you're not going to actually sit and, come up with your own determination about each individual issue, then, you're just an idiot, just looking for somebody to follow.
Right. It's like those idiots that go out there and just, argue anything that Trump does and be like, oh my God, it's the end, it's the end of the world just because he said it. It's the same thing with some of the people that were so far on the right that every little thing Biden did, they were like, Biden did. I mean, you're pressed to find things that you like that he did, but yes, there was things there.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, Crispy, you make a really good point. Everything you read on the internet is true.
Right, exactly.
Especially if I like the people who get their news from Facebook memes. Like, that's the best. It's like, well, I saw it on Occupy Democrat, and you're like, okay, I'm not even continuing this debate anymore.
Oh shit! Well, maybe that's my problem. That's why all my fucking.
and that's the problem with going in, especially in today's world, going all in immediately. Like if a news story breaks or whatever, you just go all in and you start reposting stuff, and then you just the best thing to do is kind of take a step back and let things play out for a couple weeks and see how the story goes. Because it doesn't matter if it's left or right. They always kind of play out different, especially if it's on the left, they play out differently, but sometimes on the right too. But let it play out and you'll get more information. But everybody goes fucking balls to the wall as soon as they see a story.
Yep. I am actually guilty of that. It's like
we
can almost, you can hear LW and TF are always like, shh, wait, whoa, shh.
Take a step back, Gutters. Take a step back. We're gonna actually look into this and see if it's real.
Breathe.
That's right. Don't get so quick. I know, but look, read this.
Well, that's like to the point of your title of your show, talking about the deportations and stuff. I mean, how many have we seen happen already to where it's like, nothing but tears on the internet of, oh my God, they're deporting this father of, this pillar of the community. And then it's like, it's MS-13.
That way.
But you know what I mean? And there was that one, like even, they're talking about, oh, they're deporting this lady, and blah, blah, blah. Well, yeah, she was convicted of fentanyl distribution and deported, and then came back and's been here and then got deported again. And they're like, oh, but she was such a good woman, has been here for 15 years. It's like she was a fentanyl dealer.
Right. And another thing, like maybe there's a couple cases out there where somebody got mixed in and that sucks and everything, and I hope they fix it. But to that point, like there's people who haven't committed any crimes or anything like that, and they've been here 25 years, like they say, okay. But when you look deeper into it, well, they were supposed to do a whole bunch of paperwork and show up for things 25 years ago, and they never did. So the reason they're in this situation right now is because they didn't do shit they were supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, Big Dog Mall, we should leave that up to you. Big Dog Mall can make the list of people.
To deport. Yes. Yes.
It depends on where I'm deported to. If I can choose, I will self-deport.
Right, wait.
Not
Wait,
me. I'm staying right fucking here.
Yeah, I don't know if I really want to. Yeah. Y'all know how I feel about leaving the country.
I like my country. In fact, I dare say I love my country.
Yeah,
I love this country as well. I love the United States, but I mean, there is, there's other places that are nice too.
I'd like to live in one of those countries where you could live like a millionaire here with like $800.
Right.
I know, but isn't that where like chickens are running all over, shitting on your porch?
No, they just do that to the poor people there.
You got $800, you're rich.
Right, exactly. You're like looking down at the chickens. Chickens can only fly so high.
You only look down at a plate of chicken. Oh man.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think, y'all were talking earlier about the stock market and stuff like that. And I mean, I can see a lot to that. A whole lot of people are going to make money off of this right now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because, I mean, with this drop, it's going to go back up.
Anybody that plays with the stock market, the minute it goes down, they'll go, okay, everything I'm sticking in now is going to be buying at a way lower than it was. So to all those people and all their dividends that are coming in, and whenever, I mean, that's the first thing they do is go, I watch Marvin, I can see his eyes going, oh, wow, okay. It doesn't matter that it's just a little bit. When he can move that around, to him, it makes him feel like, okay,
You only lose if you sell.
Right. You only lose if you sell.
That's right.
And, most of the people, if you've been invested for a while, it's not like you've actually lost anything because you're still up from where you were. Now now the rich people are pumping more, and it's the people who don't have the money getting scared, taking it out and losing.
Well, the one thing that I can say is
buy the dip.
Dip.
With
how much we just lost when the market went down, it definitely is very nerve-wracking for people that are kind of thinking about retiring, because that's kind of their nest egg, and you see it kind of dip down like that, and you're like, and no, most of those people aren't just going, okay, I'm retiring, I'm taking it all out. That's not what they do, but it still makes you feel a little nervous because your nest egg is kind of depleted a little bit, so you do get a little nervous. And I think that that's what a lot of people that are, a lot of these baby boomers that are getting ready to retire are doing. They're going, motherfucker, don't be going down. I need you to go up. But on the other hand, they're going, okay, I'll just take advantage of it right now and buy. And then it'll go back up and everything will be great. I'll get everything back and then some. So that's what they're banking on. I get it, but it definitely makes you nervous.
You're still looking at people who invested into this market when it was at, 12,000. 13,000 now, then it went up, and then now it's dropped 7,000 points or something, but they're still, triple where they were, and it's going to keep going up. It's not like you actually lost money. You've still made money even now, but it's going to go back up. So, it's one of those things. If you sell now, you're just, and you damn sure don't want to cash out.
Most people don't, they wouldn't even think of selling all, even whether it was doing great right now. They just wouldn't do it. That's not how people that invest in it, they don't go, okay, the minute I retire, I'm taking everything out, and that's not what they do. They're still playing the game. They're still, I mean, because they're trying to live off of a lot of the interest, or, they want to make that money, make it to the very end of their lifetime. So that's the whole game. You're still kind of playing the game all the way through it, but you don't just automatically go, okay, I'm taking it all
you
out.
just close off a little of the capital gain.
Mm-hmm.
But don't worry. You got $800 a month from Social Security that'll take care of you for the rest of your life, so you'll be fine.
Well, if you worked like 18 months of your whole life, I mean,
talk about the biggest.
If you work 30 years and stuff, like 35 years, like I did, I get like almost $3,000 a month. That's not very much, but it's still enough that I can actually survive on and not really flourish. But I have other. If you don't have any investments, you do need to supplement your income. So it's time for a big old fat pay raise for this old people, man.
Well, yeah, and the fact that they tax you on Social Security is the biggest scam ever. Because, I mean, you've literally been forced to, pay taxes on money. Then they take it, you put it in there. They make money off of it the whole time. It's a Ponzi scheme. They're, robbing Peter to pay Paul the whole way through. And then at the end, they give it back to you and tax you on it.
Yes, it is. It's a bunch of bullshit. However, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't save for it. I don't know how to stress this enough for you youngins that are just, getting out or whatever. Those are the ones that really need to be paying attention to, don't expect that Social Security is going to get you through shit, because even if it's there, it ain't going to be enough.
I'm lucky I'm at the right age, you know what I mean? So, yeah, it is here right now, thank God. It lets me be a relaxed kind of guy. I don't have to panic about anything, and I'm always going to have food and a place over my head. I've got places, that they want me to go there. I could just live free, but I'm kind of an independent old fat fuck, and I don't like people around me and telling me what to do, or have to deal with somebody else's schedule. You know what I mean? So I'm an independent person, but I mean, come on, man. You have to pay taxes on the stuff you spend it on too. Whacks me too. You get taxed when you get your check, and then you get taxed when you buy stuff with it, and then when you finally get your retirement, they'd want to tax that money too. After you've put in 30, 40 years of productive, or 45 years of productive money making into the system, keeping the system working. And that's what Trump's going to do. Supposedly he's getting rid of taxes on Social Security, which I can only cross my fingers and hope.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I don't know if he can actually do that. I mean, that'll probably have to be voted on. But I mean, Social Security is being used as one of those, fear-mongering things by both sides. Social Security isn't there. It'll be gone by 2030. They've been saying it was going to be gone by 2020. It was going to be gone by 2016. It was going to be gone. It's the same thing, in this country. Okay, if Social Security disappears and that just goes away, the country's collapsed at that point. We might as well be living in, a third world country. Because you're not going to have all these, all these 70, 80-year-old people. Oh, sorry, you don't get it anymore. You starved. See you later. You should have worked harder and looked out for this. That's not going to happen. I mean, at that point, the country's at a total collapse, and everybody's fucked. It's not just the old people.
I think the biggest thing, though, is once they start borrowing off of it, that is where it kind of fucked Social Security. So eventually, I think it was going to dwindle away to nothing, because they were going to make sure of it. That if you noticed, it's one of the things that they'll go, we'll just take some off that. We'll just take a little more off top of that. A little more off top of that.
Every year with interest. They have never failed not to pay off the debt they owe Social Security. So don't buy into that either. They have used some money that was available for some Social Security programs that they could say take the syrup off of and use, but they had to pay that back, and they had to pay it with interest. So nobody's stealing the Social Security except with the putting out the way they cheat is they give out these mass quantities of Social Security numbers, or they keep people on the roll that are been dead for a long time, that the check still keeps going and still getting cashed. So that's the big worry right now. There's your Doge stopping some of that shit. We got people as old as America itself getting Social Security.
Well, that, and if we could just stop, wasting money on stupid things. It's a big slap in the face, with all those, things giving the money to, these other countries for, like y'all were talking about earlier, for like doing the transgender, tests on frogs or whatever the hell it was. I don't even remember what the hell they were testing on, changing the sexes of mice or some kind of bullshit like that. It's like, what are you doing? Like, this is not our money, should not be going. Like the programs where they were torturing the dogs and the thing, like we should not be spending any of our money. We shouldn't be spending money over there, with the Sesame Street program or whatever in Iraq or wherever the hell we were sending that money to do that. That's our taxpayer money should not be going to any of that.
Yeah.
Nope. I agree.
What about black ops? How can there be a control on that? Secrecy, we got to have secrets. But, the main problems that's been going wrong in our government has been caused by our intelligence agencies, the FBI, the NSA, CIA. They've been fighting before JFK, the CIA, against the government, using it as another government entity that nobody supersedes. Like they didn't have any real control over them, and especially the CIA, which has a lot of dark money.
Their black budgets are absolutely ridiculous. What did the CIA? I forget the numbers. Don't quote me on the numbers, but what was it that they failed to be able to account for spending? Wasn't it like $3 trillion or something like that?
I know the week before 9/11, Donald Rumsfeld got up and did a press conference how they can't find $2 trillion.
Yeah. And that story went away after the buildings fell.
Yep. Never to be heard of again.
I've never heard another word on it, to tell you the truth.
No.
No, and that's what I like when they're always like, look, squirrel, and they move on to the next
one. Right. And a lot of the paperwork was in Building 7. I didn't say that. Allegedly.
By the way, we're all adults here. None of us are specialists. All scientists are doctors or lawyers or such. Anything said here is just for entertainment value. If you take it other than for entertainment value, well, you're set. But stay and play. If you're under the age of 18, get the hell out of here.
Yeah,
I'm just a moron from Texas. Nobody should listen to me. I'm going to make that stated.
I'm moron from New Mexico.
Yep.
I am not a moron.
I'm just the South Florida redneck that your mama warned you about. So, don't worry about me.
Take that back. I'm not a moron either.
And I'm just the one that Marv warned y'all about.
Once again, good old Marv taking one for the team. Y'all keep him in your prayers, folks.
That's right. He needs it.
Poor feller.
But stuff like, Gigi, like you want everybody arrested, known to man, right?
I do.
You want everybody in Guantanamo.
Yeah, them motherfuckers, yes. Everybody.
You want everybody in Guantanamo.
Yes.
Getting their toenails removed.
I do. And their tongues.
Bamboo shoots.
That's right.
Yeah, that's after the bamboo sprouts have grown 6 inches.
That's right. That's right.
But there's two things, right? There's corruption, and then there's complete ineptitude. So we bitch about the government keep getting bigger and bigger, and they just hire people to justify their own jobs. Oh, we need some
DEI.
Right, and it's the thing with like the U.S. aid, right? So Congress allocates money and they do all that stuff to the Constitution, and then it gets distributed in fucked up ways that we don't like or whatever. Or Social Security, like you were saying, like all these 165-year-old people. I mean, it's not Nancy Pelosi in there typing in the numbers. Like, it's probably going to be. I'm just trying to be realistic, right? It's probably going to be blamed on at the end because there's never going to be any evidence to it that some fucking retarded government employee who should never gotten the job didn't update a spreadsheet correctly.
I know, but the money
So there is
went
that possibility
somewhere.
too, right?
Right, but the money went somewhere.
Right, but you're never going to find that out. It's never going to go back. You're never going to see Nancy Pelosi in handcuffs, right? Somebody's going to take the
then I
fall
won't be
for it.
satisfied.
It's going to be some fucking 31-year-old fucking receptionist who didn't, or data clerk who didn't. Like, you're never going to see that. So,
why wouldn't they have a program that could just program, give me an alert of anything over 105 years old going out or over 95? You know what I mean? So they have to verify these people are still alive. You know what I mean?
Right.
Just a minute, Marv's home, and I have to go like prance to him like a good little wife. I'll be right back.
They got to really chase, you know? Like,
yeah.
How many people are 105? Well, there's probably about 2,000 of them, something like that.
Yeah, the bigger the government gets.
Not even.
You know what I'm saying? I've never met a 105-year-old. I met a 103-year-old. I don't know how long she lived after I met her. But Barb's mom lived to 101.
Yeah, my grandfather, he passed away at 99, about 4 or 5 months before his 100th birthday. I was like, oh
man,
almost made it.
He did make it at 99.
Well, yeah, I mean, as good as.
But, you know, just the simple fixes like that could narrow down a lot of money that shouldn't be going out, you know, and then start and go back down that way. How many people are, you know, died by accident, but they're not falling into that pool of, they were only 30 when they died. For the next 50 years, they going to, without verification and deletion of that number or that account, at 55, somebody, or 665, somebody just picks him back up and starts getting checks. So I don't know, man. It's too much for my brain matter. I'm into catfishing, so.
Yeah, I just think, you know, they have to work for 2026 because Trump is going to have to finish what he started. He's going to have the Congress and the Senate, right, for the last 2 years of his presidency. And it's only 18 months away. So even though I agree with what he's doing, this gamble's going to have to pay off. This gamble with the tariffs is,
6-7 months is going to have to start paying off.
It's going to have to start paying off, or you're going to have a dip. And this is just the political side of marketing and spin and American fucked up politics, right? So if this doesn't start paying off, you're going to lose the House, you're going to lose the Senate, and then his last 2 years are just going to gridlock everything and nothing happens.
I think they've been dripping info out here and there. I think there's going to be a flood of information to make an impression of really what's happening in government, the treason that was involved in it, some of the corrupt that was involved in it. And I think, and I do feel, and some people call me crazy, I'm just holding it that there will be perp walks, there will be accountability to a lot of the people, not just for the biggest charge, but the smallest charge, like they did everybody else. America, we need a balanced government of justice, balanced justice. If he gets 100 years for stealing them lollipops, well, that guy gets 100 years, you know. So
I've never seen any accountability on anybody ever, so I'm holding my breath.
Me too, me too. But I think there's going to start being some accountability. I just think it has to lead to that direction because of the way the drips are coming out, the way the things are coming together, how they're putting puzzles to the story. I mean, it's. I watch a lot of off channels like Catch 22 or not Catch 22. What is that? I'll pick it in a minute. I'm old and stoned, but I watch a lot of channels that everything was conspiracy is now being proven as truths. There's a lot of fact in the shit that's leaked out by Trump, and then it happens. And like Q and all, and them people, I think they're painting the story of what's actually going on. It's kind of weird. Predictions made a long time ago. It's like how they're steering these, call it the deep state or whatever, in a direction they want to go to annihilate them, to make them cease existing. I think a lot of that's coming true. But there's always going to be bad guys in this world, and the world just got to decide it's time for no more bad guys.
Yeah, well, there won't be good guys without bad guys. But hey, Big Dog Mom, big shout out to you. Good night to you. Hope you sleep well, and as always, love you more, Big Dog Mom.
Yeah, I love Big Dog Mom.
Good night, Ma.
She's probably one of the nicest people in the chat.
She's the shit.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Smoochies, sleep good.
Not to offend anybody else in the chat, but just she's nice to me personally in the chat. So I'll change that to that. I don't want to shit on anybody else in the chat.
Ma is a good woman.
Yeah, and Crispy's in the chat talking about getting like boycotting damn stores and shit. What the hell? You're there fighting with everybody, Crispy?
Oh man,
I can sell anything to anybody.
Target hit.
This is an inside joke, but don't go any Walgreens parking lots.
Looking for Budweiser. Right. I don't know, man. You're gonna piss Americans off when we band up against you. You're in trouble. So I don't know.
I'd like to see people be a little more rational, and to speak, because I mean, you hear just as many dumb people on the right as you do the left, and I can't, like back to what we were talking about before. I just hate when people are stating things that aren't true.
I can't stand it.
It drives me insane. Like to hear people talk about, and it's like, that's not true. Yeah. Like you gotta look into the things, get your facts right, look at stuff, and both sides are guilty. And I'm sure I've been guilty of it. Yeah. You know what I mean? We've all been guilty of it, but you got to try not to be that person.
That's kind of been this conspiracy. I don't know what Alex Jones is doing now, but Alex Jones is from Texas. I remember in the 90s when he just used to be local to Texas, but he's become kind of a simp a little bit, and I get it. He was sued for fucking $1 billion. He's got to kiss the ass whoever let him on their fucking platform at this point.
Let me make some money.
Right. But that's kind of the MO of the like the real conspiracy behind the conspiracy behind the other conspiracy is that both sides create, they throw a fucking wrench in the tire.
He's been right a lot, though.
No, but I'm saying that, like, with these side arguments and stuff like this, where like you said, the left will say a bunch of shit that's not true, and the right will say a bunch of shit that's not true. So it keeps the 20% that's in the middle that actually decides elections going back and forth, to where it always keeps the same people in power. And if you don't agree with that, look at the people who are still in power. 900-year-old Bernie Sanders, 900 years old Mitch McConnell. It's the same people over and over again, because I think that's the conspiracy, is keep all of us arguing about stupid shit in the middle, the people who decide elections, and they can fucking steal it when it's close. That's my opinion.
Well, you don't know what to believe. And so when you do try to go to research something, even whatever it is you're researching it, whatever your resources are for that, you never know whether you should be trusting the resource. So, I mean, everything that you do kind of research out to the end of where you can research it out to. A lot of times, just at the end of it, you still don't know whether you should believe what everything you just checked out. I mean,
I was listening to this lady. You know, they had those big protests over the weekend, you know, and there was this group of ladies, and they were getting interviewed by this black guy, and he sitting there interviewing them, and I guess he must have been conservative, and they were, you know, obviously these, you know, they were the stereotypical liberal woman protesting at one of these events. Older, you know, the 60-year-old liberal woman. You know, you can picture her. You know, cargo pants, Birkenstocks, you know. And their logic was that they went on about voter ID, you know, passing that new voter, whatever the act is, you know, trying to put the thing through. And their logic to it was that the reason they're doing this is because they're trying to take away women's right to vote again. Right. And their logic in that was that women who have
surnames,
exactly, that they had to have two forms of ID to vote, and that the only other, like, their birth certificates wouldn't match their driver's licenses because they got married, and that was a tell-all into the deal right there. They were never going to be able to vote again. And it was like, there's going to be a process for this. Like, this is not, this is the dumbest argument I've ever heard in my life.
Right. And that'll get passed around to liberal people. Yep. And liberal people, some liberal person who's like, you can't shit on all liberal people because they're just simple. They work 50 hours a week. They got kids. They got shit. So they just listen to this shit like in the background. And they're just like people on the right who do the same thing, like you and I and stuff like that.
I guarantee you. And
so they listen to the misinformation, like the Republicans are going to take our Social Security. We have to prove our fucking birth certificate, like he was saying. And they're like, fuck, the Republicans are Nazis, you know? It just goes back and forth with it's like a tennis match of misinformation.
I think it all leads to a Seinfeld moment of Bizarro World. And they want to keep it in Bizarro World so nobody understands what's really going on. And that's their objective, is to keep us divided. Divided we fall, together we stand, kind of thing, in my, opinion. But I'm telling you, this is 2025. If you can't prove who you are in an hour on the computer, or hire somebody to do it. I mean,
well, how hard would it be to issue? How hard would it be to issue? Like, you know how everybody has a, voter registration, right?
Yeah.
And everybody has. How hard would it be to actually issue that? Just the same, like, that's. You get a separate card for that, or you get and then they'll be like, oh, those people can't make it to the place to get the thing. And oh my God, sometimes people got to take a little bit of self-responsibility. If right. Voting means enough to you, then you can do whatever it is to vote. If there needs to be something in this day and age with everything like it is, voting should be very simple. But if it requires you to go stop by the place and register and get a voter card that's actually got your picture on it, then you have your driver's license and that other card. Or then you have they're not making you tote around and have to go dig through, call your mama up and see if she's got an original birth certificate in some safety deposit box or something in Philadelphia or some crap. You know what I mean? Like, that's not how it works. And nobody's intending it to work that way. But there's an easy solution.
It's very simple in Texas. When I go to vote, it's a pretty big place with 30 million people. So they have to break it down to like basically your local school district. So if you live in this school district, they say these are the places where you go vote. It's like schools and stuff, all these different things where you go vote. You have to bring your ID. They have a system where they scan your ID, and it verifies that it's a real Texas state ID, that you're the person that lives at the address that's on your ID. And if it's approved, you get to go vote. And when you go vote, they take you off the list so you can't vote for twice. It's like the easiest thing ever. It's just a driver's license.
Right? Good night, Flatty.
You have to have an ID card to cash a check. You have to have an ID card to buy beer.
A lottery ticket, a pack of smokes,
real estate, go see a doctor,
a pack of Benadryl.
Yeah, so the excuses are all weak. We all know they're weak. What we also have is weak legislators and judicial people who are not putting the American people first. And we have weak mayors and weak congressmen that are, just letting us get trampled out of common sense. The common sense party, American party, can fix it all, because if it's brought back down to common sense, you can't cheat if it's paper and you're there with a license and it's got your picture on it and it's approved license. There's no cheating. One day voting, show up. You don't get to vote if you don't show up on that day.
Yeah, see, I don't like any voting that is like Crispy saying, these young people saying, I mean, obviously, I think she's exaggerating. Well, probably not. There probably are young people who think that you should be able to vote on Instagram. But like a lot of people say, well, why can't you just vote on the internet? Like, oh, hell no. You need to show up and be there and vote, right there in person. I have nothing against, the absentee ballots used as they are properly meant to be used. Like, you have to go in there, apply for a ballot with a legitimate reason why you need that ballot. Yeah. And that is how it always has been, because there is situations where people would be, oh, I have to have this, surgery done, or I have to leave, I'm going out of the country for this reason, or there's this, you know what I mean? Like, and you can go in there to your courthouse, say, I'm applying for an absentee ballot, blah, 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 blah. Here's my reasoning. Here's my thing. And they give you the absentee ballot and you vote.
Yeah, we don't have to do that here in Oregon.
No, you can do whatever you want to there.
They just send us. Oh, hell, they send it right to our door,
That's crazy.
Yeah, That's insane to me too. And like you were saying, Gutters, you don't show an ID.
No.
And that's ludicrous.
They go by your signature, and my youngest, they've rejected his signature. Like, how the
I'd love
signature.
I'd love for an independent thing to do some fucking investigation in like places like Oregon and to see who's actually won elections there.
California. No, Newsom would be.
It's disgusting.
And as far as online, that's the most insane. If anybody wants online voting, in 2014, my entire identity was stolen. I went to buy some gas and my debit card didn't work because somebody in Berlin, Germany was trying to buy like $10,000 worth of TVs with my number.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm way more strict online about that shit, but there's no way I would trust that shit online voting on Instagram. Christ's sake.
Yeah, I use it's funny because anymore, anything I order online or anything like that, I use like a Cash App card, like those things like that, to where there's you know what I mean? That's the money that's in there.
Yep.
And if I got to transfer money in there to buy something, unless it's from like a super legitimate place, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if it's anything at all, like I wouldn't order anything off Temu with my credit card.
No.
Hey, Valhalla.
Or your debit card, do it on Temu. What's up, Valhalla? How them goats doing? I actually find myself watching that goat thing sometimes. It's actually quite entertaining.
I know. I love watching it. Greg?
He was out there walking the goat. They're like walking with him, filming them today. It was pretty interesting. I was sitting there doing some work on a computer, just watching that on the other screen.
Oh, holy moly. I think I'm getting a goat raid.
Uh-oh.
There we go. Woohoo.
I like
it. Bye, right back at you people. Are these liberal sheep?
You're getting the goat, Gutters.
We're getting to go.
You getting to go. What's up, all you fine people coming in here? Good to see all y'all.
Hello.
Very good to see y'all.
Greetings, Earthlings.
Getting the goat. That always reminds me of Raj.
Exactly. That's what I always think of. I'll give you the goat. Oh, Raj, man. God almighty. Haven't talked to him in a short amount of time.
Yeah, that's old school.
Yes, welcome, goats.
I like Raj.
Yeah, I like Raj too. He's a good guy.
Thanks, Val.
Yeah, so hopefully, though, like we were saying, hopefully some people will come around. They'll be more open-minded and just not take everything they want to believe as fact, no matter which side of the aisle you are on, you know?
Yeah, you can't just fucking, like, you read some story on Twitter and fucking lose your mind for half and you... I like calling these people out on Twitter. These fucking cash machine fucking grifters. They're all about, they want you to watch their videos and click the likes. And a lot of people make a lot of money on doing this stuff on the left and right.
Well, like, who's that one girl that's like totally flipped? Yeah, you know, basically she's, you know, just a grifter all the way. The one that, oh my God, whatever, something Lib is her name, you know, she's Angelina or whatever the hell her name is. You know, and she's just a troll. All that girl is just a troll for whatever. Now she used to have every person on the left like worshiping her, and then she started questioning things, and now every guy on the right's worship. It's like, Jesus, you people are like, and even Michael Rappaport, you know, he's seen like that. Now he's posting, you know, anti-Democrat things just because he's realized he can't win with those people.
They woke up, you know, maybe they woke up.
No, they woke up to the Cash App.
Yeah.
Yeah, they woke up to the Cash App.
So Michael Rappaport was walking through New York City, dick staying Donald Trump and racist motherfucker, and the way he talks is like this fake. I hate fake New York toughness. Come down to Texas. Come down to the South with that fake New. No offense, Bobby, but
they beat Bobby up in Texas.
He's talking about you, Bobby Bag of Donuts.
They would beat Bobby's ass in Texas.
There's a reason they say people are polite in the South is because you have to be. But yeah, the Michael Rappaport going back and forth, and now the Trump one, he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm all for Trump because he loves Israel." Blah 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 blah.
Well, that's kind of when he flipped before that, though. It was like he flipped before Trump got elected, but it was kind of the whole Israel thing that flipped him off. But yeah, he still thinks he got that role in Wild at Heart, or not Wild at Heart, but True Romance, and he never quit acting for it. He got that one role.
The latest and the greatest to flip, Bill Maher, you know.
He didn't flip. He's still a fucking lefty.
He's
playing that middle game. Like
that's what I just said. That ching one. That's all he's trying to stay relevant.
Yeah.
Some of these people are smart enough. It's like this. It's like Disney. You know, Disney should just shut the fuck up and just make
SB
fucking
Farmer.
cartoons. You know,
SB Farmer wants a recap.
A lot of yelling and
drinking box wine again.
I'm not drinking box wine. I'm drinking coffee.
SB. Like, if you were gonna recap this, I kind of listened from the outside for the first thing. First, it started out about with the people getting deported and whining and finding out, blah blah blah. Then it went to people basically talking about facts that weren't true.
You dick.
That's about the time his beer kicked in, just so you know.
Thank God, or he would have never showed up.
No, I actually waited till after. I actually just did that. But yeah, then it's gone to just, I don't know, just open conversation, just everything from politics to, anything at all, I guess.
Yeah, at this point, it's just all open.
We haven't had no wiggling girls yet. So damn it.
Yeah, just
I'll tell you, this show's gone to shit.
It's just terrible.
Used to be some wiggling women on here every once in a while.
SCOTUS say yes, they can deport you.
Yeah,
then of course,
of all people,
their blue hair flailing saying, "No, you can't." Exactly, Frank. You hit the nail on the head.
And Frank, and we're watching it happen in real time.
Yep.
And I can't stand I love people immigrating here, coming here for the American dream, doing the stuff they want to do. But I cannot stand people cheating out other people of that, the people that are trying to do it right.
Yeah.
Right? It's just so wrong. And it's disrespectful. There's no other country in the world that would let you walk in there and do that. I mean, they'll come find you, and it's not going to be like some humane, beautiful thing. It's going to be rough on you, and you're going to go through hell.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you got no rights.
They in 2016. Remember all the fucking people who said, "We're moving to Canada if Trump is elected and Hillary's not." Mm-hmm. Canada had to come out and say, they're like, okay, well, all you rich people in America can't come here and just move here.
Right.
What are you going to bring to Canada? You can't just come here and be a millionaire and sit on your ass. Like, what are you bringing to Canada? Canada's fucking way strict on, they'll accept all these. The whole thing is fucking, it's all political. And
remember all the Irish people going on there making those things about how pissed they were when Rosie O'Donnell moved over there. They're like, fuck, we get Rosie O'Donnell. What the hell? Because she moved to Ireland.
And that's another thing about countries like that. Think of, when people compare other countries to America, it drives me fucking nuts. Anybody Google it right now. What's the population of Ireland?
Oh, shoot. I don't know. But if I had to take a guess, I'd say probably 6 million people or something, 8 million people. I don't know. I'll Google it.
Yeah,
right
you're
now.
pretty close. Yeah. It's like the size of the county I live in. So they can't accept a whole bunch of
5.3 million.
5.3. Yep.
That's basically where I live. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just a small little dot in America. Mm-hmm. That's where I live. So when people try to compare like economies or healthcare to other countries, Ireland is just this little fucking thing with like a small amount of people. They can't take on fucking a bunch of fucking immigrants, and they're homogenous or whatever that word is. Like with healthcare, they're like a little tiny fucking thing. Their politics doesn't have anything to do with fucking America.
Right. And LW, to your point there, it's like when people try to, like, oh, well, look how good this universal health care works in this country. And it's like, there's only 2 million people live in that country.
Right.
It's not 360 million people. It's a very big difference. And like Lord knows how many others.
It's like a beach in Florida.
Yeah, it's like spring break in Panama City.
It
really needs health care.
It's so wild that people don't understand numbers. And, I know gutters. I know you get mad at me with numbers, but.
Apparently Crispy really likes math too. She keeps talking about
gutters and making her feel bad.
Well, that's when everybody was talking about, Canada, and Trump's just trolling, saying Canada being the 51st state, and some people are like, yes. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of people that live in Canada. But the Greenland thing is actually, kind of a good, and people were like, well, that's a whole country full of people. There's 60,000 people that live in Greenland, 64,000, I think, or something like that. That's it. That's like a rural county in the United States. That's like something where there's, you graduate high school with 180 kids in your class.
You went to an Astros game with 28,000 people.
Right. That was like half as many people that live in Greenland were at a game with us. Fucking football. 20,000 people go to watch the Tennessee Volunteers play every Saturday during football season. That's like twice as many people as live in Greenland all going to the same stadium to watch some kids play football.
And that's another thing about, the overreaction and stuff like that. And anybody can Google it in the chat, or anybody listening, or anybody on panel, of how many times during American history that thought came up and the discussion came up of taking over Greenland. It's happened.
A couple times.
It's probably like 5 or 6.
Yeah.
It's nothing new. It's nothing new at all.
Especially during World War I and II.
And during the Cold War.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all strategic. There's like 3 shipping lanes around Greenland. Like, it's all strategic. And they even did a poll in Greenland, and like it was like 58% of people in Greenland were like, yeah, let's be a part of America. Fuck Denmark.
Well, they've already told Denmark fuck off.
Well, Denmark's one of those places that's, super liberal there. And they're, the people in Greenland, like I said, there's only like 64,000 of them that live in the fucking largest island in the fucking world with all the minerals and everything. They live in the most horrible place that you could ever want to fucking live. And they're not able to completely use all their minerals and their things like that because Denmark won't let them. And it's like all the gas and all. I'd be like, fuck that. Get me the hell out of here. Give me $1 million. I saw something the other day. It was like you could give everybody in Greenland $1 million. Let me do that. What's 1 million? Just for shits and giggles. Let me do this.
640,000 million, right?
Well, one. Am I at $1 million yet? 1 million.
There's 640,000 people, so it's definitely 640,000 million.
I know, but let's get this into 1 million times 64,000. What would that be?
640,000 million.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, if you got 6 people, you owe them $6 million.
I know, but 640,000.
If you got 640,000 people, then 640,000 million is what's going to be.
I don't know, Chris. I wish somebody would Google it. I'm stoned now too, so I'm math is getting over.
LW, motherfucker, Mr. Math Expert. He must be peeing off the board or something.
1, 2, 3.
He's muted. He's muted. LW, we do request for.
Never mind.
This should just be giving me the answer. Never mind.
If they had
Frank Otter said this.
Listen to me. If there's
640 billion
thousand people, if you give them $1, then it's 649,000.
It's only 64,000 though.
And 64. Okay, so then it's $64 million.
No, it's 64,000. There's not 64 people.
64,000 million dollars.
I don't.
Yes, what is that number?
Million is a word. It's a number.
It is.
It's not.
Oh, it is.
Hold on. It's 6 4
Hi, airbag. Good
0
morning.
0 0.
All right, who gave us the pot? It's 64. It's $64 billion is the number. So it's $64 billion. You could give everybody, let's see, 1 million times 64,000 is $64 billion. So you could give everybody in Greenland $1 million and buy Greenland for $64 billion and have trillions and trillions and trillions of resources.
And give them a 20% royalty.
No, fuck that.
Yeah,
here's your $1 million. Pay your and we're gonna charge them taxes on that $1 million too. Don't forget. We're letting them in the door.
I gotta pay taxes. Them mugs gotta pay taxes. $1 million ain't that much.
So 64 billion if 64,000 people got $1 million.
Yeah, it's only $64
Yes.
billion. We probably sent that to make a damn freaking Sesame Street episode in fucking Iraq or something, you know?
Right. Snowmen in the Antarctic or something.
Right. Putting vaginas on male mice or something, you know?
Not the giner on the mouth. Oh man, poor little mouse.
Hey, I'll be right back. My little dog's barking out here. I think we got these stupid fox outside, and they're had babies, and the dog keeps going crazy. I'll be right back.
Okay. Status said, I have a compromise. We will accept all province of Canada, and they can keep Ontario and Quebec.
I don't know nothing about the land.
I don't know. Wherever the Liberals aren't, we'll take that part.
Oh man.
Okay, LW. Bring on. We needed your calculator, but you were so conveniently pissing off the back porch.
What y'all need me to? What did y'all need me to math for you?
We needed you to. We needed you to math
people, and you gave them $1 million a piece. How much would that be?
Say what?
There's 6,400 people. If you gave them all $1 million,
64,000.
64,000 people, and you gave them all $1 million, how much would it be?
Are y'all doing that fucking AOC math and shit?
No. Just what?
No, you tell us. What is it?
1 million times 649,000.
600. No,
6,400. 64. Is it 6,400?
64,000.
64,000 and give them $1 million a piece. How much would it be?
That's like 64 and a fucking lot of zeros, like fucking 9.
Yeah, it's $400,000 million is what it is.
No, it's not. That's not a fucking number.
There's 1,000.
It's 64 billion.
No, it's not. There's 1,000 millions. I made it. It's a new rule.
All right. It's a new rule.
It's like $6 trillion. That's a lot of money.
Yeah. 6 billion.
My damn yard's turned into a freaking jungle.
I'm with Sir Frank Otter.
64,000
times
Mrs.
1
Fools
million.
Mrs. Fools is going to turn his house into a zoo.
Billion.
That's exactly what I said. $64,000. I give them all $1 million, and you get 64 billion. No. There's 64,000 people. You give them all $1 million. That's $64 billion.
Yes. Thank you.
Or 1,000 millions, as I put it. I just put an extra dot on it. I'm doing Jethro Bodine, not.
He's got commas all over the place.
And run it with this knot to this knot.
It's more than $1.298. Exactly, status. Exactly.
How about $3.50?
$3.50.
How about you just let me smell it for $1?
I got $1. I got $1. I got $1.
I'm gonna be going over to get him a sandwich. Well, can I just a pepperoni off that Subway?
My point being, though, is I saw this on Twitter. They were talking about like that proposal. What if you paid everybody in Greenland, $1 million for their, like you gave them the money for the rights because they were part of that, and that was part of the agreement. It's $1 million,
You'd have to give them royalties for,
all right, 2% for the rest of their life.
Well, that'd be a pretty good life because they're going to take a lot of money out of it.
No, that's 2% divided amongst 64.
I thought you were going to give them $1 billion. I thought you were going to give each one of them $1 million.
Exactly, right.
Well, that's all they get. Fuck that. You ain't getting no more. Fuck.
Greedy gutters. Yeah, I agree with that because that's a lot of money they get to split. I'm sure they're going to split more than $64 billion a year.
Well, if each one of them get $1 million that is taxed, that's still a lot of money.
I love the way we're taxing it.
Well, I
We're
mean,
trying to
they
spread
got to
that
pay
out.
some kind of.
Yeah, they got
If
to catch
we're-
up on that Social Security.
Exactly. If we're bringing them in and they got to pay. Yeah, we can't just.
Oh, Social Security. That'll make me sound like a super liberal if we talk about Social Security. Everybody be like, call me.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're already pushing for taxes, so yeah, I mean, we might as well just go full on fucking. I'm going to buy a Subaru tomorrow.
Yes.
I would
Yeah,
buy.
we'll give you $1 billion.
In Duggar's eyes, you will have to pay 100. You'll have to pay 1,000 million for it.
I think anytime you see a handsome fat man, you ought to give him $20 and take him to the titty bar.
Hey,
And
Duggar,
tell 'em he's
$20
worth
is
1,000
$20.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
You know, you can make $100 trillion and you'll cap out on your taxes at 174,000 for Social Security. But everybody below 170,
I think $5,000 a month is like the highest they'll pay you.
everybody under 174,000 has to pay 6.2%, but everybody above that has to pay a less percentage. Like, it's kind of fucked.
Well, you know, and that's the other thing about like Elon. They're like, billionaires should pay their fair share. I mean, he's like the highest paying taxpayer ever in history and will always ever be. I mean, he's paid, what did he pay that one year? It was like $30 billion or something he had to pay in taxes that one year.
Yes, but my point is, somebody paying, let's say person A makes $60,000 a year. They pay 6.2% of their paycheck to Social Security. Somebody who makes $1 trillion pays 0.000000000.
Right.
They have a lot more. They have a lot more zeros in behind their income too.
It doesn't matter about the dollar amount. It's about your take-home pay. So the fucking person making 174 gets fucked. They have like the cap.
Yeah, but if you were making that much money, and it can't, like you said, the highest payout can only be this. So
yeah, the highest payout can only be $10,000.
You sounded kind of socialist there.
I know it. Listen to this guy over here.
Do you not understand?
Karl Marx?
I do kind of see his point.
Do you not understand that math?
Well, no, I do. But if you were making $1 trillion and you were paying in the same thing, there's no way in hell you could live the rest of your life. You know what I mean? It wouldn't make sense that you would be doing that in return for $100.
My point is, the person making $50,000 a year, that 6.2% is more valuable to them than the person making $1 trillion.
Yeah, that's true. Unless you're that trillionaire that wants his fucking money.
The 6 point the cap out to that guy. Even if the person who made $1 trillion paid the 6.2%, that'd be like a drop in the bucket.
Exactly.
But the person making $50,000 a year, fuck you, give me your
huge thing.
6.2%.
That's a huge thing to that person.
Yeah.
Here's where I go into like I'm not all the way conservative.
I do see what he's saying though.
I see it both ways though. If they were paying you a percentage of what you paid out and actually doing it equally, then it would make sense. But you know, there's no reason if somebody's making $100 billion in a year, they should be paying 6% of that, thinking they would ever get that back if the cap out was at, you know, you're only getting $1,000 back for the rest of your life. I mean, you would work.
Well, yeah, the fucking person making $1 trillion doesn't need fucking Social Security when they retire.
Yeah.
The fucking person making $50,000 a year needs it so they won't be homeless when they turn 65.
Yeah, but the point of Social Security is supposed to be, in theory, for yourself, not for, you know, I mean, I know it is a socialist program in theory, but they sold it as a way of giving people, you know, retirement. So you can't really, you know, it's supposed to be for yourself and the goods of others, but it's supposed to be for yourself. If you did it that way, then it would, imagine the theft that would come out of it. Then one person's paycheck would pay everybody's Social Security. Like if they taxed Elon Musk 6% to his thing, I mean, 1 year of taxes would pay for everybody's Social Security.
Well, this
So
goes
you're
back.
saying the rich
this
guy
goes,
shouldn't have to pay
right.
his fair share.
This goes back to the Louis C.K. joke. When you're rich and you have your money in the bank, they give you money for being rich. When you're poor and you only have $20 in the bank, they send you a fine for only having $20 in the bank. You got to pay the bank for only being a broke ass. Like,
right.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Right. I just don't agree with the socialist aspect on that. Like, you can't.
I don't know. I think taxing rich. I think I'm swinging to a socialist. God dang it. Let them some bitches lose 6.2.
But it's not socialist. It's just fair. It's not socialist.
It's going to cost them one more hooker or one more yacht. You know, I mean, it just.
I don't understand why somebody making the more money shouldn't be taxed the same. It's not like you're asking them to be taxed at a higher rate.
Right. I'm not asking.
No, but it all goes back to the payout on the back end.
You got the privilege of making all that money.
Now you're a socialist.
Now you're working bud.
Now you're a socialist. You're the same person now saying that baseball player, that football player shouldn't make that much money. If you can make that much money, then make that much money.
On money.
You don't owe these other people this much money of yours every year just because you're making
create
more.
a lot of jobs.
But the person making 50,000, they do owe the 62%.
I don't agree with the program at all, but I damn sure don't agree with another tax being thrown on you.
It's not an extra tax. It's the person who makes $5 billion has to pay 6.2%, just like the person who makes 15%, $50,000. Look at Frank there. 6.2% of 1 trillion is $62 million. Well, I'm being dramatic with the 1 trillion. So let's just say. Well, we don't even have to go that far, because everybody over 174,000, that's where the cap is, 174,000.
Yeah.
So let's just say you go to 500,000. The person making $500,000 a year doesn't have to pay 6.2% like the person who makes 50. So forget the trillion. You're right. That's a good point. Forget the trillionaire. The person who makes $500,000 a year doesn't have to pay the 6.2% that you have to pay.
Well, they still pay a different percentage, I'm sure, than somebody who makes $1 million a year. And then if you make $10 million a year, it's probably a different percentage. And if you make $100 million a year, it's probably a different percentage. And if you make $500 million a year, it's probably a different percentage, because it's Social Security. It's not income tax.
Right. So what you're saying there is that the person who makes the more money gets a less, they have to pay. I don't understand where.
Okay. So
can somebody give me AOC's number? I think I'm going Democrat here.
Yeah, I think you are too. Let me explain this to you. In the same terms. Okay,
explain it to me like Bobby did.
Okay. Listen, shut the fuck up, everybody. I'm going to talk the whole goddamn time, and I'm going to ask you a question and then tell you why your questions or your answer's wrong before you even get to answer it. No. That system would work if the payout system was the same in the percentages. If you were putting in that much money, because this is Social Security, not income tax. So that system would work the same if, okay, you got, this person at this bracket got $1,000 a month. This person who paid at this bracket for all these years got $10,000 a month. This person who paid in at this got $100,000 a month. If the brackets work the same as the payout as to the pay in, otherwise it's a completely socialist program, and you can't even justify it.
Yeah, I can justify it, and I will all day. But let's move on.
The main ingredient in chocolate cake, actually, chocolate.
The guy making $50,000 a year, or 60,000, whatever the number is below 174K.
Well, he has to account for that $1,000 a month that he's getting back in the back end.
What are you talking about?
We're talking about Social Security. He's getting money back.
Yeah, and how much does the employer pay? It's an investment. How much does the employer pay into Social Security that you work for? They match it you pay 6.2%. Your employer pays 6.2%.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it works.
Okay. Then that's fine. I don't have a problem. I'm not against Social Security 100% because I do think that we can't have people just dying and starving in the streets. But I don't think one person should be paying for everybody's every fucking year. What would be the point of everybody else even paying?
He's not, but you're missing the point. The person who makes $500,000 isn't paying for my Social Security. I'm paying for my Social Security. My 6.2% that was taken out of my fucking paycheck is matched by my employer, who also matches it at 6.2% because that's the cap. And then it goes into a fund that pays me when Social Security is the only thing that's ever been paid out 100% of the time in government history.
I know, but why should somebody who makes $100 billion have to pay in that huge thing, knowing they're only going to get $2,000 a month for the rest of their life?
The person making $100 billion doesn't pay my Social Security. I pay my Social Security.
I know, but why should they have to pay it for themselves when they know they'll only get $2,000 a month back?
Because that's why they have a cap. No matter how much money you make, it caps out at this. In other words, that's a nothing to them, you know. So it's once you're
it's
capped,
a nothing to them. At
they write them one check for whatever would equal to cap out at that 1,700 or whatever number the cap's set at.
So you're going to tell me that Elon Musk should pay, $1 billion of Social Security every year so he can get $1 million bucks?
It only has a monthly payment. The highest you can receive monthly is $5,000. Okay,
I know this
capped amount that makes, which is your input that affords you that $5,000 in your senior years or your Social Security.
So, do you think Elon Musk should be paying like he made what
No.
Elon Musk,
billion, like say he made $100 billion. What's 6% of $100 billion?
All he's paying is the cap.
$6 billion. He should be. No, you're saying he should be paying $6 billion a year.
No,
he would never pay $6 billion in Social Security.
$5,000 check each month
because it would only be 6.2% of his income, so it wouldn't be $6 billion. But he can do whatever he wants with that money. If he gets a fucking $500,000 check when he's fucking 72, he can do whatever he wants with that money. He can burn it.
Social Security. We're not talking income tax. We're talking.
I realize this. Why should he be responsible for paying that much money to get a $500,000 check back?
Well, okay. Well, let's go this way. Why should the taxpayers be responsible when the United States government gave him $450 million to help with Tesla?
We're talking Social Security. He pays what it takes to reach the cap level per year to get his investment. When he gets his check, he gets the highest allotment, which is around $5,000. Okay, now if you go to income tax, it's a different breakdown.
I know we're talking about Social Security, but never mind. I guess we just don't. We don't agree on this.
Elon Musk can take his Social Security check when he's 72, and his Social Security check can be fucking $500 million, and he can fucking jack off on it, burn it, give it to charity.
It's not. That's the point. LW is still going to be $5,000 a month. That's a cap on the payout.
No, I'm saying raise the cap. Raise the cap. Unlimited cap.
Okay, now if you're saying raise the cap to where it's all based on what you put in and there is no cap, everybody pays 6% and the payout cap changes, then yes, I can understand that.
Yeah,
that was my whole point.
Everybody kept going on about the point of there is a cap and you only get 4,000 or 5,000 a month.
What I'm saying, the cap only benefits the rich people. It doesn't benefit the fuckers at the bottom. Pay 2%. When you work out the Social Security that rich people pay, it works out to less than 1%. So why can you take 6 point? What does the 6.2% matter to most? The person who makes $50,000 or the person who makes $1 million a month?
Now, see, I see the problem here. We're having there's 3 or 2 different you know what I'm saying? I was getting information like two different arguments.
Yeah, I don't know. Raise the cap. You pay
raise the cap and raise the payout. Then okay,
right, that's what I'm saying. Elon pays 6.2%, and he can do whatever the fuck he wants with his Social Security check, because Elon needs to pay the same 6.2% that everybody else does under 174,000.
And he gets back the same percentage of payout when that time comes. Okay,
and he can do
now I can see as long as the back end's the same as the front in percentages, then I'm cool with that.
Yeah, he's got to pay the cap amount to cover his 6.2 until he reaches a cap out level of what his payout is going to be. You have to change the cap for payout too.
Right, so he'll be getting 5 million instead of somebody else getting 500.
Yeah, cool, and he can burn whatever he wants to. But that's the thing too. The person at $50,000 doesn't have all the fucking write-offs. 64% of America. This is a true statistical thing that anybody can look up. 64% of America doesn't have $1,000 in their bank account. Luckily, I do, and I have more than that, and a lot of people do, but that's the reality. So these little numbers that, why does this rich person, but all these things are subsidized by the government. That's the thing about the whole fucking
What's
thing.
the percentage of Americans that don't pay income tax, federal income tax?
It's pretty low. I'm of the opinion nobody
that don't pay.
That don't pay?
Yeah.
Well, everybody pays taxes. If you have a paycheck, you pay taxes.
Well, how many people get money back every year? So many people get more money back than they paid in.
Well, it depends on the time. It depends on who's president, laws like
people that are on welfare, people that are actually on welfare are able to actually claim kids for the unincome tax credit. Yes, and they get $1,500 a piece for each one of their kids or whatever, and they didn't work a day.
Right, because the government, like they put a level of like what they consider poverty or not based on inflation and what prices are. Like we can all agree that $20,000 a year in 1979 was a lot different than $20,000 a year in 2025, right?
Right.
We can agree on that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay, so it says 64% of Americans get a refund at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Like get back their money.
Well, they don't get back all their money.
No,
they
Social Security
overpay.
doesn't account.
No, I'm just talking about federal income tax. Is all I'm talking. That's all I'm speaking of. I'm not talking about Social Security. I'm not talking about. But yeah, I mean, I would say it's most people. Yeah, okay, you might pay taxes, but you might pay $800 a year, or $600 a year, or by the time you do your deductions, do your things, file the right way, do all that stuff. The majority of Americans probably pay $1,000. Let's just call it $1,000 a year in federal income taxes.
Right, and that's probably why I lean more conservative to those numbers, is because it does depend on administration to administration and government, who's president, who has the House, and the laws that are passed. Because listen.
I'm laughing at Crispy's comment that's up here. This is like a really bad episode of Meet the Press.
Yeah. Well, we can go up here and talk about Walgreens parking lots if you want. But never mind. I'll shut up. If it's too boring for anybody, I don't want to talk about it.
No. She's just kidding too. It's like this all jokes, man.
No. But like the Biden, the Democrats, they'll typically, if they're in charge of everything and they get to pass laws, they consider people over. And I had a personal experience with this in my thing that I've had to go through. They consider people who make over $100,000 rich. So you get nothing. Like you can't fucking deduct anything. Like they consider people who make over 100,000 rich, whereas conservatives, because they don't apply like inflation and current market things. they're really stupid on economics. Whereas Republicans are not going to say, well, no, you make $140,000 a year. You're not fucking rich. That's why I tend to go conservative on economics, is because Democrats are wild. They want everybody to be poor. They want to classify everybody as being poor because they're just trying to buy your votes. But
well, and you can look at these things like with taxes. I mean, it's a fact that, like, okay, you can take like a single mother, okay, and this is no dig at any women out here, anything like that, but you can take it like a single mother of, 3 children, 4 children, something like that. Okay, she's getting government subsidies, and I don't want the kids to start, so I'm not like doing some kind of like, cut them off. And I do agree with some social programs. I hate to say it, but I do. I mean, we got to make sure we're in the best country in the world. We got to make sure people are growing up right. But you can take that person who's getting the subsidy. Now, she has a full-time job. She's getting subsidies to help with her, babysitting costs, food costs, insurance is all free. Like everything's out there. These are things that, okay, so let me go on. She's going to end up, by the time tax season's over, and she's going to end up getting back. Now, she's working a full-time job, making, $12, $14 an hour or something like that. She's going to get back, even though she only paid in about $3,000, $2,000 to the, take it out of her check. She's going to get back about $10,000 or $11,000 because of the earned income tax credits and the things like that. Now, it's a fact that she's going to have more disposable income than a, $10, $12 an hour, $13 an hour married couple with no kids, with no help from the government.
Well, right, but therein lies the problem again, and that's where my libertarian part comes out of me, is like, okay, so I provide a service for a company to pay me. I provide them a service, they give me money for it, right? I receive my paycheck. I get Social Security tax taken out, income tax taken out, whatever state you live in, you get state tax or property tax, you pay this and that and the other. When you go to the grocery store to buy groceries, you pay tax. When you go buy beer, you pay tax. When you go to the movies, you pay tax. When you go to this, the American middle class and lower class people are taxed on their dollar 100 times.
It's ridiculous.
And it's
tax you on the money they tax you.
Right.
And it's forced. And you die.
The government, one person agrees to a deal with an employer to go work for a certain amount of money, and the government forces you to pay them their cut. And then if you don't go do your taxes right, it's the mob. They will come put you in a cage. Like,
if you fuck up, you're expected to know how to do this or have the money to pay for it.
Right. But all I'm saying is the paycheck is not where the tax ends. It's taxed everywhere you go.
You get taxed at H&R Block.
Right. You have to pay people $300 to do your taxes.
And another thing, like to that same argument right there, is the government steps in and says minimum wage is this, blah blah blah. I hate minimum wage. I don't think that. I think that's an absolute stupid thing. If you say, hey fools, I need your help. I need you to come out here and pick these tomatoes for you, and say, shit, LW, I'll do that for $5 an hour. Legally, you're breaking the law. That's right. That's an agreement between you and I. If I'm cool with that and you're cool with paying me that, and we shake hands, that should be just fine. But no, the government's going to step in and say, oh no, you're not allowed to do that. You have to pay, blah, blah, blah. I hate all that kind of stuff. See, I'm against like the big government, the big everything. I don't like it. I don't like them being there. I don't like them taking my money. I don't like them doing any. It's stupid. All of a sudden, they've turned into princes, paupers, queens, princesses. All this stuff like that, like ruling over us. It's supposed to be people of the people going to Washington representing us. Now it's like we have to be their, servants, and they look at us like we're these peasants. It's turned into like a monarchy at this point, and it's not supposed to be that.
No.
Right. It's like, and it kills small business with the minimum wage. Like if I open a bookstore, right? Like I want to open a bookstore Monday through Friday. I'll do it all myself, but I want to fucking pay a part-time employee to give me Sundays off. They can run the bookstore on Sunday. And I'm like, all I can afford based on my sales is $5 an hour. I should be able to call Gigi and say, hey, can you come run my store on Sunday for $5 an hour? And if she agrees to it, what the fuck is that? What does that have to do with the government, you know?
100%.
Because they're not.
They shouldn't have anything to do with any of it.
Instead of $15 an hour. That's.
And if my bookstore grows, and gets bigger, I'll pay Gigi more to go work on Sundays. I'll pay her $10.
Oh, I thought you said you'd hire a white woman.
No, not that. I'm not hiring this fucking Indian over there in Portland.
Indian.
But we agree. We all agree at the end. I'm a liberal, communist. Bulls is a right wing.
Well, you're not really a communist. You're more of a socialist.
No, I'm not.
Mr. Duggar is QAnon. I'm a right wing Nazi. I'm a right wing Nazi, and Gunners is a black liberal woman. So we've got this figured out.
She's a Black Panther Party member.
Well, it's good to know that you guys aren't racist. That's
And
all.
we
I know is
interrupt her Black Panther Party.
it doesn't matter what we are. All four of us are getting fucked by the government. So
That's right.
there you go.
I'm on
Whether
these.
you bend over or not, you getting it.
Not me. I've already had mine. My wounds have healed.
Donald Trump is a liberal.
I love Donald Trump. He's one of my heroes. I don't worship him, but he's the only shot we got at saving our country.
Listen to Bernie Sanders in 2013.
But I would love for Bernie Sanders to slip on a bar of soap going downstairs.
No, Bernie Sanders is a fraud. I agree with you there.
Yeah, he's a big time.
He's a fraud. But if you listen to Bernie Sanders in 2013, he's fake. Like he doesn't believe anything. He's never had a real job his whole life. So he doesn't understand how anything works. Literally, nobody can prove that he's ever had a real job. But Donald Trump sounds like Bernie Sanders. Close the fucking border. It's fucking killing our fucking economy and the American people. And I mean, Donald Trump is not this far right wing thing that they make it out to be. These are all a lot of liberal ideas.
He used to be a fucking Democrat.
Yeah. Go look at Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama talking about immigration, how it fucks the American worker. Watch Bill Clinton's inauguration speech where he fucking shits on immigrants and illegal immigration.
I don't know, man. It's way above my pay grade. I worry about it a lot because I have a daughter coming up in this new world I'm not going to be part of. I wish her luck. I wish all of y'all luck that are there to witness it and go through it. I don't know, man. It's a totally different world from when I came up of having BB gun wars and fishing for catfish for a living, you know, and leaving your doors unlocked and being able to own the dog without putting tags on him. So I don't know, man, but pre-telephone, pre-computer. I don't know, man.
I like that.
I have to push back a little bit on Art T's thing. Minimum wage simple sets the lowest common denominator. If minimum wage is $5 an hour, a doctor gets 10 times minimum wage, then he'll get 10 times $10 when you raise the minimum. It's not a hard concept. Now, Art, can you honestly tell me that doctors' wages haven't raised at more than that percentage over minimum wage? Are you honestly are you telling me that Congress's salaries haven't raised higher at the rate of minimum wage? No, those rich people have raised their thing anyway. So, and we have to pay it. So why do you dictate who can pay a different amount if they want to? That's just Art. I like you. I think you have a lot of intelligent things. But that is not one of them.
A minimum wage has never affected a doctor ever.
Mm-mm.
That's like the worst example. And I'm not trying to be like Bobby saying it. I like you, Art. I'm trying to like bust your balls, but that honestly is not how minimum wage works. And it has never, minimum wage has always been like, let them eat cake, throwing a little crumbs out to the peasants.
Okay, let's just deal with this. I'm not trying to be Bobby either, but okay. You've been to Buc-ee's, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a big sign. There's a big sign on Buc-ee's with the pay rate, what they pay people.
Oh yeah.
The people who clean the bathrooms make $20 an hour at Buc-ee's. Almost nobody makes minimum wage in America other than the small business with like less than 50 employees who are just trying to start their business to grow it, and they put what they can afford to employ. Almost there. Go find me any place. Go to Walmart and apply for a job and see if they pay you $7.35 an hour. Go to Chick-fil-A. Go to McDonald's. The Chick-fil-A has a sign by my house that says cashiers make $16 to $22 an hour. Almost nobody pays minimum wage. Nobody.
Minimum wage is meant for entry-level job positions to where you can't take advantage of and I don't want to sound harsh on this, but you can't take, like the retarded person bagging your groceries. You can't take advantage of that person. You can pay them $1. You can't take advantage of the kid who's going to start working and work, the 15-year-old kid for $1 an hour. You can't say that's the only options you have. But at the same time, I don't disagree if that kid says, "Hey, I'll show up. I'll shovel that mulch for you for $5 an hour." I mean, technically, if you're a business, that would be illegal. I mean, I guess a personal thing, if it's not, I don't know how that works, but I guess, if somebody walked up and says, "Hey, I'll mow your grass for $5 and it takes them 2 hours," that's not my fault. But if you were a business or anything like that, you couldn't let that happen.
The only person making $7.35 an hour in America is a 15-year-old girl who just got her first job, who's working like some small bookstore, putting books on the shelves and putting them in alphabetical order. That's the only person making that money. Has nothing to do with
nobody makes minimum wage. You can go to Buc-ee's and get a job. I was showing, like looking at those things the other day when I saw that in Buc-ee's. I was looking up the thing. Hell, if you're like the store manager, you're fucking set for life. Even the person like cleaning the bathrooms, they're giving them like health insurance, like good health and dental and life insurance, and 2 weeks vacation. $20 an hour to clean the bathrooms. I was like, shit. That's like the perfect job. You hit Social Security, get a job at Buc-ee's. Man, that'd be fucking awesome.
Yeah, and it's just like a doctor, like if that was mentioned. Well, it depends on where you live, right? So everything's relative. If you live in Houston with the biggest medical center in the country and your options are everywhere, your salary is going to be higher because there's more job opportunities. So there's going to be competition to where if you live in Jackson, Mississippi as a doctor, well, what are there fucking like 1 or 2 hospitals there? So your pay is going to be less. So it's all relative and you have to average it out.
And I would say, to Crispy's point here, like a doctor with a private practice would have to pay that. But if you're like a doctor working in the hospital, you're doing anything like that, I guarantee the hospital's paying that insurance, not you. I would think that the hospital covers that. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Damn it, Jim. I'm not a doctor. But I would think that's good. Art, I'd love to talk to you sometime, Art.
Well, that's just basic capitalism too. A doctor in fucking middle of nowhere, Oklahoma is going to make less than a doctor in New York City, right?
I don't know. A lot of tractor accidents out there.
Right.
What's up, Nate the Great? Good to see you, brother.
Well, we killed this stream. Gigi's quiet. She's like, oh, too many numbers.
Listening.
Too many numbers.
You overwhelmed me.
I got to get in touch with Crispy Treat after this because she said she was making a spreadsheet of all the math that went on in there and was going to send it out to us. So
if you can give me a spreadsheet to where I'm wrong, I love it because I want to apologize to Bobby.
I've made many a sheet spread, but I haven't made a lot of spreadsheets. Nasty Gutters. I got her to laugh on that one.
Somebody had to.
All right. Well, all I know is vote AOC 2028. We're going to be fine.
I don't know, man.
What are they feeding that lady? She's fat.
AOC, yeah, she's kind of chunking up a little bit. It's kind of sad to see.
I know, man. I like that kid that stopped her going up the stairs that time. And what nice ass she had.
Oh, that kid from Dallas, yeah, Alex Stein, yeah.
Alex Stein, oh my god, he's kind of annoying, but he's done a couple funny things, but he's kind of annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's neither here nor there. Nobody will agree on everything. Look at this.
No. But that's the fun thing about it. Like we can like have a little argument there, but we're probably good on like 80%. So
well, I think
it's not like the Twitter thing where everybody's like, cancel this motherfucker. He doesn't believe with me 100%.
Well, I think we agreed with each other in the end. I was just getting two different sets of information in the equation, if that makes sense. The payout and the give-in percentage. I was being, you know what I mean? I was getting different takes from different people. So
yeah, my whole thing was like, you know, at the end of the day, it'd be great in that philosophy if our money was taxed only on our paycheck. But after you get the money that's already been taxed, it's taxed like 1,000 times more, you know, like it never ends, you know?
Right. Yeah. And I mean, that's the whole thing. Then they don't want you to own homes. Like you own a home. Okay. So now you have to pay. You never actually own the damn thing. You got to pay these taxes. I think when you start, like if you've owned a home for 20 years or 30 years, make it 30 years, whatever. If you've owned a home for 30 years, you don't have to pay taxes on it anymore. Like you've already done your fucking thing. Like, I don't know what the magic number is, but you've already done it.
I think you pay it off. You shouldn't have to pay taxes on it.
Well, that favors the rich. Yeah, you know, then you can go back to that argument. If you got enough money to just pay it off, then you don't pay taxes. You can just move into some neighborhood and live off the, you know what I mean? If you move into some county, yeah, you're in that county, you're in that thing. There's got to be school systems. There's got to be, you know, things like that. You should have to pay in the fire departments, everything like that. But if you've done that for 30 years and you're, you know, 65 years old, you shouldn't just be able to buy your way into something at the same time that are public goods for everybody.
That's what I'm.
But I mean, there's so many things like that, and it's a hard argument. You can take it from either way and look at it, but you should have to contribute to, you know, if you want a fire department to put out your house, yeah, you better pay for it.
Right.
You've been paying for 30 years, so you know.
Yeah, but if you've been sitting there doing that for 30 years, then maybe at some point when you're, you know, 65, 70 years old, you shouldn't have to fucking worry about paying for the fire department anymore because you've been paying for it for fucking, you know, 65 fucking years.
And that goes back into like things like the toll roads, right? Like Mr. Duggar knows Texas and their toll roads. They go like
Florida's the same.
Oh, yeah. Toll roads, but you know what? We have the state lottery. So we'll take that state lottery money and we'll apply it. If the toll roads, once we pay it off, there's no more toll roads. There's always more toll roads, and they never take it away, and they charge you extra. It's fucking like fucking $2 a fucking toll here.
Now, do you have? I know Florida's the same way. If you want to, it's like you can look at the routes going through Florida, and you're like, Well, this one will take me 9.5 hours. This one will take me 7, but there's tolls. It's like, all right, well, but it's going to cost me $30 to do it. But Florida, does Texas have state income tax?
No, but the property taxes are high.
Exactly. Same in Florida. That's kind of the same thing.
But that's the thing. It's like, fuck, man. Like, they say, okay, you have the lottery. So like everything in the lottery goes to education and roads and everything extra that we make. We're going to go and apply it to the state. And you still have this shitty same fucking roads and shitty it never gets back to the people.
The lottery money was meant for education.
And it never gets there.
The lottery thing, ever audit the lotto money? No, it's a funny thing. You ever notice how every time the lottery gets up to like $1 billion or something like that, either somebody in fucking California wins it or New York, like the places with the highest taxes. It's always one of those places with the highest taxes. It seems like I say always. I don't track it. Yeah, but it does seem fishy. It's like, God damn it. And they know that, like the Mega Millions, I don't know if they have that where you're at. They just raised those tickets from $2 to $5 a ticket.
Yeah, it's insane.
Hey, Nate.
What's up?
What's up, Nate? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Better than last time.
Where'd you go?
Well, I had like a cold or something before. Now I'm pretty better now. So
you feeling better?
Yeah.
That's from making out with all those scandalous women on that cruise ship, man.
Yeah.
That's right. I mean, Lou and Pete, how you talk about that?
Did you get herpes?
Huh?
Did you get herpes?
Tried. But I forgot to ask her if she wants to. I forgot to give her my room number. That's good.
Well, as long as you didn't give her your phone number, you'll be all right.
No. I'm pretty sure they were in their 20s, to be honest.
Did you make up with your girlfriend?
No. I think she's just me, to be honest. But anyways, I was telling her. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I mean, like this, most people say to me, it takes time to get, back to the dating site, or not site, dating routine.
We're getting a lot of feedback from somebody.
It's Nate.
I have the echo calculation on.
I don't know. I want. Let's just do an experiment, just for fun. Everybody but Gutters hit mute. And then Gutters, you just pull us on one at a time and see when it happens.
Okay. I'm starting with you. Well, I can't unmute yourself, fool.
All right. So now I'm here. Everybody else is muted, right, Gutters?
Yes.
Okay. So here I am. Now, Gutters, knock, knock.
Knock, knock.
No, knock, knock.
Knock, knock. Who's there?
No, thank you. Go fuck yourself. Okay, so there we go. All right. So it's not me.
It's not. LW, your turn. I don't think it's him because he's been muted the whole time. Okay, Mr. Duggar. Unmute yourself, darling. Okay. Talk.
Knock, knock.
Yep, I think it's...
Knock.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's Mr. Duggar.
No.
You haven't put that on me yet.
No, just a minute. Okay, we're going to mute Mr. We'll mute Mr. Duggar and check Nate. All right, Nate.
Boobies.
Okay, talk. Talk.
boobies.
Boobies. See, no, I don't hear no back.
Big booty bitches.
Okay, let me try Mr. Duggar again.
The rain
Talk,
in
talk.
Spain. The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain.
Can we hear it? Is there any back talk?
I don't hear any talk.
Yep, I hear it.
I think it's you, Gutters.
I don't think it's me.
Your emblem lit up a couple of times.
I'm on wired in earphones.
That's the problem. The earphones. No,
They're wired.
I'm just shitting you.
Let me see here.
Is it I? Is it? Do you?
Yeah, Duggar, it is you. And I don't mean this in a bad way, but it is you. You're getting feedback from the back. I don't know what it is. I don't know where it's coming from, but it is coming from you.
Huh.
And you probably can't hear it because it's coming from you. But have you tried using that microphone and headset and stuff I sent you?
Yes, I have.
I know you had to slip that in there.
Dude, you know, Ray Charles could have seen that one going. Come on.
I say we all revolt against TF.
No, TF is correct. I will take up for him for that. He's correct.
Now,
come on.
And one day soon, I will be whole again. I'm sorry, y'all have to.
I thought you got a new computer. I
got everything except some headphones.
So all you gotta do is go to fucking Walmart and buy a goddamn set of headphones.
Get out and fund me Mr. Doug's earphones like you did Dixon in her chair. And I need a new chair too.
Oh,
Mr.
Lord, he's going to cry.
Gutters. I mean, not
What?
you. Not you, stupid. I'm sorry. Mr. Duggar.
Okay, dummy.
Yeah, this is awful. Text me your address. I will fucking Amazon you some headphones, brother. I won't even Amazon you. I'll give you my extra headphones right here. It has a cord. You plug it right in. Bam, you're good to go.
Good. Send them up, man. It's 23,973.
Hey, wait.
Beetle.
I don't care. I put it in private chat.
Now, Duggar, I wish you would start using all that equipment, though, man. I mean, it would.
I will. I did.
You did with that old ass fucking computer from 1998, and nothing fucking worked. But now you got a new computer now. You're out there battling kids and Rust and shit like that. You got a soundboard. You got fucking a nice as shit microphone. All you got to do is plug some headphones into that thing, and you're fucking wham bam. You're on the radio, motherfucker.
Yeah, wham bam. Thank you, ma'am.
Chastise me in front of the world. I should be.
And plus, Duggar has a radio voice too.
I know.
Thank you, Nate.
You're welcome.
Yes, he did.
Traveling Fool's got a face for radio.
I do. I do. I got the prettiest radio face you ever seen in your life, baby.
That's a pretty.
The prettiest face you ever seen on radio in your life.
He's two kinds of pretty.
You know what? You know what I found? Sorry, Duggar. You know what I found in the Amazon not actual warehouse, but like used Amazon used warehouse that objects or the shipments that has been used or whatever, those type of stores, kind of like Goodwill. I found this.
I've been
found is that a bicycle horn?
I thought it was a clown horn, but I guess so.
Yeah, that would have been mounted to the front of an old Schwinn bicycle back in the day.
Nate, I actually need that horn. Can you send it to me?
Sure. I got it for $6.
I want to do that.
Nate, let me ask you this. Do you still use the headphones, like the headset I sent to you and stuff?
I do when I have to.
See, none of these people. I send this shit out and none of these motherfuckers use this shit. God damn it.
Hey, at least you sent me some.
Yeah, exactly. At least I did something for you.
I feel bad now. Charlie Pools has always offered me, hey, man, I'll send you this shit. I'm like, no, I'll buy it myself. Now I want him to send me something just so I'll use it. So somebody will.
I know.
You can do a blow up doll. Oh, shut up.
No, I've already used that. I'll send you a used one from my Amazon.
Oh, God. Yeah.
I said audio equipment, not.
Okay, hold on. I'm shutting this bitch down. There's nobody in here. So hold on. Okay, bye, y'all. Thanks for hanging out with us for Tuesday night till you got sick of us.
Boobies.
Oh, now there's 3 people, it says.
Oh, you're welcome.
Anyway.
Yeah, I think something's been wrong. Even earlier, it said you only had like one person watching, and it was like there was this whole chat was going crazy with a Valhalla raid and all this stuff, you know.
Yeah, it's kind of
and it was like one person was what I was saying. I'm like, there's no way. There's like 20 people typing in chat. So
I don't think Call Me Tube liked my title.
Well,
I think sorry.
I was just gonna say, I've had it on my phone on silent. The stream up, it constantly said there was like 15 to 18 people watching. I don't think that's accurate. But
that's the thing, because I think there's a option where you, because I think Gutters has the community monetization on everyone, and there's a option you can do subs only. I think it'll basically.
Yeah, that don't matter. But either way, Gutters, you probably should shut it down. I mean, I'm gonna bounce here in a second. There's the link if anybody wants to pop in. Yeah, you know, Gutters did post the link if anyone wants to pop in and talk. Yeah, it's been a fun conversation tonight, though. So, you know,
no, I think we ruined it by talking too much about numbers and stuff.
Probably people, they went math. Fuck that. I'm out.
Yeah, I get
Yeah,
it.
fuck math too.
I won't join anymore.
Yeah, me neither. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wreck your.
Shut up. Stay right there, both of you. Shut up.
I'm too tired. I'm too tired to capture an audience.
You're gonna be tarded. Just hold.
I always looked up to Corky Thatcher, so you know.
Hey, hold on.
I want to be a shorter.
Hey, y'all.
News bulletin. Step right up, got tickets on sale. In today's episode, trains coming off the rails. Watch it all burn from the screen on your phone. But don't you worry about it, you're safe at home. Every talking head will tell you everything's fine. It's the blind leading the blind. Yeah, it's a circus out here, we're wobbling on a wire. There's a lady with a beard, clowns juggling fire. Elephants and donkeys got us jumping through hoops. Y'all wish that I was lying, but you know that is the truth. Get your popcorn ready and pour you something strong. If the world's still spinning, the shit show goes on. Well, the world's strongest man just dropped the ball, and the tent's caving in from the weight of it all. Yeah, the lion's at the cage, puppets in a rage, and the ringleader's on parade. It's a circus out here, we're wobbling on a wire. There's a lady with a beard, clowns juggling fire. Elephants and donkeys got us jumping through hoops. Y'all wish that I was lying, but you know that it's the truth. Get your popcorn ready and pour you something strong. If the world's still spinning, the shit show goes on.
Come on! Witness the greatest show on earth! Ignore the flames!
It's a circus out here, we're wobbling on a wire. There's a lady with a beard, clowns juggling fire. Elephants and donkeys got us jumping through hoops. Y'all wish that I was